Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Market Open. Dude, I've lost a little bit of my voice. This is the first time this has ever happened. You guys I'm not sick. I know it sounds like I'm sick. It's realistically, I think I talked too much last night. We did like a 7-hour stream. And yeah, this is the first day I've woken up with actually my voice is not at it's my throat hurts a little bit is what I'm trying to say when I'm trying to talk. And I know the comments are going to go crazy based on me saying that, but still, yeah, I'm going to try to get through today's stream. I think I should be fine. I just need to talk for like the next 20 minutes and I'll get through it. But this is the first time I've experienced talking so much that I'm losing a little bit of my voice. Now, granted, I think today is going to be an important stream. Trust me, I'm not sick. I'm not sick at all. I don't feel like cold or fever or anything. It's literally just like yesterday was a lot of it was a 7-hour stream. We're just talking a lot and I guess my voice just needs to warm up a little bit. But good morning to everybody. Thank you for being here. The markets are down and they're down badly because we got some nasty data. We got some nasty data. S&P 500 right here, down about 1.3%. It's nasty. It is nasty. Now, why is this happening? I didn't even expect it to be this bad this morning. I know we had a lot of data coming out, and I knew some of the data would not be that good. But this is just horrible. So let's get straight into it. For those that come to the show every day, my voice is not going to be super, super high energy. It's not because I don't want to be here. It's just because I think if I try to scream and be as energetic as I am, I'm like legitimately not going to be able to talk. So it's going to have to be a little bit more chilled of a vibe today. But the chilled vibe is not going to hopefully underscore how bad the data is. Because it's bad. Yes, I need to drink some hot tea. That's correct. Maybe we're going to end the stream a little early today. We'll probably get through the market open and then be done like an hour and a half versus like 2.5 hours like we usually do. But yeah, we're still going to have to try to get through what we got going on. All right, so GDP came in negative for the first time in since 2022. Negative 0.2 or negative 0.3%. Jobs data came in at 62,000 versus 115,000. That is the private payroll ADP data. That's bad. And then what else did we need to go wrong today with GDP going negative and jobs data going with a 50% miss? Somehow, inflation data came in worse than expected. 1.8 versus 1.2 on PCE. GDP is down. Jobs are down. Inflation is up. Now, why is inflation up? I'm trying to get the explanation for PCE going higher, but to me, it's tariffs, right? Like that would be the reason. The reason would be is that prices are going up because of tariffs. Again, I'm going to try to get some better data to make sense of this, but that's what it's looking like. And so, yeah, stagflation. That's what we're looking at. Where's the 10-year? I didn't even look at the 10-year all day. Let me pull that up. 10-year. Wow. Yeah, 4.193. This thing was at 4.17 yesterday, which was the lowest we've seen in the past couple of months or past couple of weeks. And now we're actually also past couple of months because, I mean, in January, we were at 4.8. So, yeah, this isn't good. This isn't good. I wonder how the market's going to deal with it. Unfortunately, like a company like Grab that had a phenomenal earnings, now with the S&P down 1.4%, Grab's down 3%. I'm telling you, bro, Grab does not deserve to be down 3%. Like, it's just no. Like, this is a lot of Snapchat. I don't think deserves to be down 15%. But on a day where the S&P is down 1.5%, I mean, what a day for Hood to report. Goodness gracious, Robinhood. Yeah, Robin is down 5%. Really? Holy crap. I saw it down 1% before I went live. But yeah, this is going to be an ugly day. I mean, either the market kind of does this whole bad news is good news because we're going to get cuts, or bad news is legit bad news because we were headed towards a recession. Tesla down 4%. SoFi, forget SoFi earnings gains. Those are gone because of this. Palantir, 111. That's down 4%. Nvidia, we'll talk more about what happened with Nvidia and SMCI yesterday, but Nvidia down 4%. Nvidia is $4 away from going back to 100. And the reason Nvidia is down right now is not only because of SMCI having horrible preliminary guidance. SMCI right here down 19%. But then you've got GDP negative, inflation up. The word of the day, I think, is going to be stagflation. That's what a lot of people are going to be talking about in terms of this economic data and how bad it actually is looking right now. And I think people knew GDP would be negative today. I don't think people thought inflation would be as aggressive as it is. And I think that's kind of the core reason for why people are freaking out. Let's get a little bit of coverage on this, and then we'll keep going from there.
About this, it just doesn't seem to be that there's anybody on the beat who wants to police it.
Well, this is why we need this legislation. I'll just say this. Part of the problem that you see with members of Congress, it's not so much that they have access to information that is private and they're trading on that, although that could certainly happen. But what really the advantage members of Congress have is they get information served up to them that may be public, but members of the public would have a heck of a hard time finding it. And members of Congress.
Okay, so Josh Hawley right here is talking about his bill to ban members from stock trading in Congress.
Congress get it served up to them on a silver platter. So you see this defense all the time. Members say, well, hey, listen, that was public information. True. But you just mentioned briefings. When you're briefed constantly, when you're sitting in committee hearings, that information is brought to you. It is put before you. You've got a chance to act on it in a way that, maybe a member of the public, if they really knew exactly where to look, could find this. But this is why we need tougher laws. A lot of my colleagues say we have insider trading laws. That's good enough. I don't really think they are good enough. And the public do not think that they're good enough. But when I go home and talk to people, they often say to me, wait, this is allowed? We thought members of Congress already were prohibited from buying and selling stock. And I say, oh, how naive you are. No, they're not. People do it all the time. We need to stop it.
Should this extend to their spouses too?
It should. Yeah, it should. And my bill does extend it to spouses. Yes, I think it should.
I understand a lot of what you're talking about. It bothers me too. The one issue I have, though, is if you have no one who can trade any stocks, either them or their spouses, do you wind up with a Congress who has a much less keen understanding of how things work in the markets, and therefore will pass legislation that is naive when it comes to how markets work, how businesses work?
Well, I don't know. First of all, I'm not sure that Congress has ever been accused of being extremely sophisticated when it comes to understanding the day-to-day operations of the markets, number one. But number two, I don't think that this will make a significant difference in terms of who comes to Congress, other than it will get people focused on their jobs. My view is members of Congress shouldn't be day trading. They ought to be focused on what they were sent there to do.
I agree they shouldn't be day trading, but should there be windows when they can trade to say,
No,
okay,
why?
you don't have to dispose of all of your holdings or you put it in a blind trust? How do all those details work?
No blind trust under my legislation. And the reason for that is the blind trusts often are so porous. I mean, there are so many loopholes, so many workarounds. It's just really not tough at all. So under my legislation, no blind trust. There's a period of time to divest. And again, members of Congress are welcome to own mutual funds and treasuries and the like, but they are not welcome to own individual stocks and buy and trade them. And let me just add to this. Yeah. I don't think it increases any member of Congress's expertise, whatever they may have in the stock market, to be buying and selling actively stock while they are sitting there as a member of Congress. If they have a knowledge coming in, fantastic. They can keep that knowledge, use that knowledge for legislation. But let's put that knowledge to the work of the American people, for the American people, as opposed to making a buck on the stock market.
I would tend to agree, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get this passed. Let me get the private payroll data up right here.
Is out. Steve Leisman has the numbers at the table.
We have a miss from ADP, the private payroll companies that puts together a monthly look at the private sector. They're at 62,000. The estimate was 120,000. Good sector, 26,000. That's not bad for them. It's the service sector that really kind of threw a, what do you want to call a knuckleball there, 34,000. Non-farm payroll estimate for the full government and private payroll was 133,000 for Friday. So we'll see what happens. The error rate has been over the course of a year, plus or minus 26,000 total. And you can see the revised down 8,000 for the prior month, 147,000. Well, how do we get here? Small business, kind of okay-ish, 11,000, medium, 40,000, and large, really, that's a disappointment there, plus 12,000. And then looking at the industries, leisure hospitality doing its part. Trade, transportation, utilities is interesting to me. They're plus 21,000. That's a place you could get a hit in future months. Surprised it's not a hit already. Financial activities doing well, construction doing well, but there's education, health services, minus 23,000. Not quite sure where that's coming from. Perhaps some of the cutbacks on the government side. And here's what's that?
I thought those were mostly state-paid jobs, not necessarily
No, but
federal
what about
jobs.
what's going on in the universities as well, and some of that stuff, and maybe some cutbacks in health spending? There's the change in wages, down a tick for job stayers, but up 2 ticks for job changers. So still pretty strong there. Neela Richardson, the chief economist at ADP, writing, unease is the word of the day. Employers are trying to reconcile policy.
You did a word of the day?
Word of the day. Policy and consumer uncertainty with a run of mostly positive economic data. It can be difficult to make hiring decisions in such an environment. And Joe,
all right, so the implication for all of this, yes, it's ugly, boys. That's one of the implications, but also we got to cut rates. We've got to cut rates. And maybe this was the plan the whole time with Trump, but mess up the economy so much that Jay Powell cuts rates, but we got to cut rates. Employment cost index rises 0.9%. Personal consumption rises annualized 1.8%. I know we get a different type of PCE data at 10 a.m., but this is the personal consumption data, which is why I'm saying that we've already gotten a type of data already on inflation, which kind of signals that the PCE we get at 10 a.m. is also not going to be that good. GDP, again, fell 0.3% versus the estimates. And then Q1 core PCE rose 3.5 quarter over quarter versus 3.1. Inflation's up, jobs down, GDP is down. Now, again, I wouldn't overreact to like the negative GDP data, because the reason for this, and we've talked about this for a while, is that there were massive import hikes, or rather, I should say, a front running of imports to avoid the tariffs, which was the right idea if you were a company in Q4 of 2024, because now we have massive tariffs. So that's why we didn't import as much as we would usually import in Q1, because everyone did it in Q4. If that normalizes by Q2, or if it normalizes in Q3 and it doesn't normalize in Q2, then we will have a technical recession, because it's 2 quarters of negative GDP growth. So Q2 might be bad. But if the trade war, tariff war, whatever starts to die down in the next, let's call it 6 months, then I think Q3 starts to have a slight recovery. Maybe Q3 is negative as well, but then Q4 has a recovery because we start importing at a normal rate. But that is contingent upon negotiations, trade deals, definitely a China deal, and in my opinion, Trump taking away this 10% universal tariff and bringing it back down to 0. There's just a lot of ifs there to see if that is going to play out. We'll talk about Nvidia and Smci in a second. Let me check the probabilities on the. Yeah, May is still a 7.7% probability. By the way, my voice is coming back, so I think it's getting a little bit better now. 7.7%. So any of the jobs data did not kind of get the Fed probabilities to get to this kind of pseudo emergency cut in May. June is still 57. I thought that would be a little bit higher today, but I think the implication of this is, now it's 9% for May. All right, so it's 9%, but it's 7 days away for that FOMC meeting. I doubt Jay Powell is going to give us a cut, even with all this crappy data. I don't know if June means they're late. I don't think May means that they're early. So I don't think it would be horrible for them to cut in May. I've been saying it for the past week. I think they should be cutting, but I don't think they will. And, they're going to be afraid of the tariff inflation. But at this point, the tariff inflation is inevitable. And it doesn't matter, because we've got tariff deflation with demand destruction. And so if things cost more and people aren't buying them, you're going to see a level of deflation, even if there is inflationary aspects of tariffs. So that's my logic for why they should be cutting. And I think that's the administration's logic for them cutting as well, which is basically, hey, the economy is going to be so bad, you should be cutting rates, which I don't know how Trump's going to defend that. I don't think he wants to be a recession president, but like, dude, when we actually do ever, let me say, if we do have a recession, right? Like if we have like a legit recession, maybe it's not like some catastrophic 2008 recession, but it's also not just like a small technical recession. It's like a recession. People lose their jobs, yada, yada. And like, you actually feel some pain. Everyone feels some pain. What does he say? How does he defend that? Like, because Trump is a braggart. I mean, he spent freaking 4 hours yesterday in Michigan bragging about how everything's amazing. How is he going to get up and say everything is okay if people are losing their jobs and we are seeing in the data in front of us negative GDP growth, negative job growth? I mean, I'm just personally curious how Trump would think of defending that. And I don't think he wants to defend that, which leads me to believe he doesn't want that to happen. And he's going to try to get that to not happen. But at this point, I don't know, based on how we're looking at this data. Nvidia right here down about 3.7%. Why is Nvidia down? The S&P 500 right here down 1.3%. He'll blame Biden. Yeah, that's probably how it's going to go. Nvidia is down because SMCI came out with a preliminary piece of guidance, and that guidance was so egregious. He's going to call it the Powell recession. They issued $6 billion of guidance 3 months ago. Now they're issuing $4.6 billion of guidance for Q2. They issued 53 cents of EPS. Now they're doing 17 cents, 62 cents non-adjusted. Now it's 31 cents. So this is a horrible net sales and GAAP EPS reduction from what they had 90 days ago. However, the reason I think it's not that big of a deal is because I think this is China. I think because Nvidia can't sell into China, SMCI can't sell their servers to the Chinese companies that were going to be buying all those Nvidia chips. And as a result, they had to show the market that they're not going to be able to put up the earnings that they once projected that they were going to do. If this is a legit hyperscaler like a Microsoft that they had to cancel servers from because they just don't need it, that's bearish Nvidia. I personally don't think that's the case. I feel like this is more China than not. But we'll get clarity on the earnings on May 7th. As of now, it seems like it's more so a question of like why they would have such a dramatic reduction of demand. And I think that's a little bit more due to losing a big client, which would be in China. The VIX right here is up 10%. Yeah, VIX is spiking right here. So it looks like it's obviously going to be a pretty volatile day. And you're going to hear the word stagflation a lot today. So if the SMCI stuff is due to China, I think the dip here is necessary because remember, Nvidia took a nasty 10% dip as soon as they announced that they were going to not be able to sell into China. And the market eventually got through it. SMCI will get through it as well, but I think it's inevitable that they're going to have to take this pain. If it's not China and it's something else, then that's something we're going to have to look at in the context of Nvidia and what company actually took down their GPU orders, which would affect the server orders from SMCI. Now, Huawei, we have another update on them this morning. Huawei, apparently, we talked about it 2 days ago, that the idea is that they are getting very strong in regards to being able to start delivering chips to Chinese companies. And already, this is what is happening in Huawei. So you got this right here. Huawei has started delivering advanced AI chip clusters, which are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of GPUs together, to Chinese clients cut off from Nvidia per the Financial Times. I mean, Huawei is going to continue to become more powerful now that the Chinese companies can't buy from Nvidia. And it's something that we're just going to have to be able to deal with, given Nvidia is being used in this trade war with China and the United States. It's nasty, bro. It's nasty, nasty, nasty. What is the performance of these clusters? So people were saying, this is not confirmed yet, I'm sure we'll get more updates soon, but people were saying it is a smidge below the H100, but the idea is that if they're able to get anywhere near that level of capacity, remember, Nvidia wasn't even giving the H100. They were giving the H20 chips, which were actually worse than the H100s, but Cloud Matrix 384 sent to data centers serving Chinese tech companies as they seek to fill the gap created by U.S. export controls. I'll do some more research to see how good these chips are. Obviously, they're not Blackwell level chips or Rubin level chips, but it's demand that Nvidia is not getting. And that means SMCI, Dell, all the server companies that are needed to be able to like serve the GPUs are also likely not getting that demand either. Oh boy, it's an ugly day. Robinhood right here down 5%. Robinhood, Meta, and Microsoft report earnings today after the bell. By the way, I'll be streaming for Robinhood as usual. We'll start at 3:30. We'll be trying to cover Microsoft and Meta and all that stuff. But Trump is speaking at 4. So he is going to be speaking at 4 p.m. When Robinhood will be reporting earnings. And that means he's speaking at 4:15 or 4:30. So it'll be great to see Trump say things as one of my biggest holdings reports their earnings.
Advanced GDP and employment cost index data hitting the wires as we speak. Steve Weissman is back at the table. Rick Santelli's in Chicago at the CME, and he's got the numbers.
Yes, first quarter, our first look at GDP expected to be down a couple of tenths. And what we end up with is down 0.3%. Down 0.3%. We haven't had a negative number since -1%. That was in the first quarter of 22. That's what we're comping to. On consumption, better than expected. 1.8%, better than the 1.2, 1.3 we were looking for. but less than half of the 4% in the rearview mirror. And 1.8 would be the lightest going back to the second quarter of 23. If we look at the pricing index, it's on the warm side, 3.7%. That's about 0.5% higher than expected, and 2.3 in the rearview mirror. 3.7 equals the last quarter of 22. You have to go to the previous quarter, the third quarter 22, to find a higher number. And in terms of the core pricing index, it is 3.5%, about 0.4 higher than expected. And that is 0.9 higher than 2.6 in the rearview mirror. And that comps to the second quarter of 23 as well. You see interest rates moving up a little bit. My guess is those are the numbers it's looking at. Employment cost index, a first quarter number, expected up 0.9. It arrives at 0.9. And in the rearview mirror, well, 0.9 was the last number of the last quarter of 24. So we're equaling, haven't had any changes there. We've moved up a couple of basis points. We're at 4.14 in a 10-year. We're now at 4.18. And do remember that today, if we close lower in yield, and right now we're basically right on the border of unchanged, it would be down 7 sessions in a row. If the 2-year note closes lower on the day, it would be the 5th lower close in a row. And
look at that Q1 GDP, negative 0.3 versus positive 0.4 expected. It wasn't as bad as the Atlanta Fed saying like negative 2.4. So I'm happy about that, but still it's not good. Here's an update right here on the Treasury and refunding for the U.S. government.
In Washington, and we have breaking news out of the Treasury Department. We've just gotten Treasury's refunding plans for the coming quarter. They're planning to auction off $125 billion in securities. Now, that holds exactly in line with the past couple of quarters, so no surprises for the Treasury market here. But a few more of the numbers from this release. Treasury says it will be refunding about $94 billion, raising about $31 billion in new cash. The breakdown in tenors also remains the same as previous quarters, so that's $58 billion auction for the 3-year, $42 billion for the 10-year, and $25 billion for the 30-year. Now, one thing to flag here, Treasury also says in this release today that it believes it will be able to hold auction sizes steady for at least the next several quarters. That language has been in there for several quarters now, and it's a good sign for stability in the bond market.
So it's a good sign, but the data we got right here is showing that yields are not really liking what we've got going on. The reason it's a good sign is because basically she's saying that we are able to sell our treasuries. There's enough demand for people that like want US debt, which I was listening to a podcast yesterday and I'm doing a little bit more research on it, but I'm trying to have a much deeper understanding of why people want US debt. And I know the obvious reason is because like the US is the US, it's the best debt in the world. We're not going to default it on it, et cetera. But there's a lot of other implications to why people buy our debt. So demand is still stable for that. The volatility from the Trump tariffs hasn't really taken that away. However, the data we looked at yesterday showed that we are borrowing $300 billion more than expected for Q1. It was expected we would borrow from the U.S. Treasury $300 billion. We're actually borrowing around $540 billion. So it's basically about $250 billion more than expected, which is a lot. Having said that, the Treasury, based on all that data today, said that they are evaluating enhancements to their buyback program. Buyback of, you guessed it, treasuries. So technically, that's not quantitative easing, but there is a world in which it quickly turns into quantitative easing, especially if the data continues to get as bad as it is right now. Why isn't gold or silver moving? You know, that's a good question. So crappy data, gold's not really moving. Where's Bitcoin right here? Bitcoin is down a little bit on the day, nothing crazy. You know, I mean, there's an argument that the market kind of digests this data. We're in the pre-markets right now and like it's crappy. We're seeing stocks go red, but maybe the market, as soon as we open, says, all right, so that means we're getting rate cuts, right? Which is what happened yesterday. Yesterday, we got some horrible data with jolts and with consumer confidence, and we went up almost immediately because the implication was, okay, rate cuts. I mean, this seems a bit more aggressive in the pre-markets right here. I don't know if it's like an easily reversible move, but maybe gold is not really surging because people are still thinking that the market can get momentum and ignore this data. Gold right here is actually down 0.71%. Silver down about 2% here right now as well. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is definitely a bit ugly. $500 billion deficit in 1 quarter. Yes, it's not good. It's definitely not good. And Doge, unfortunately, has not been able to do anything about it. This is why, back in January, people were like, oh, man, why do you support Doge so much? It's because of this reason. It's like we are so unsustainable in terms of our fiscal spend that whether you love Elon or not, like someone had to do something. And I think Elon tried, but even he's basically acknowledged without saying it, they're not going to be able to save $1 trillion. Like it's going to be very hard, which goes back to Ray Dalio's thesis, which is that like governments just can't stop spending, especially unless we legitimately cut entitlement spending, but that would be touching the things that no one wants you to touch, like Medicaid, Social Security, etc. And as a result, we are kind of just going to have to deal with the fact that we're going to constantly spend money. Netflix down 1%, Roku down 3%, DraftKings down 1%, Nike down 2%, Roblox down 3%. Grab, if you were with me last night, Grab had an unbelievable quarter. I mean, it was just incredible across the board. We can go through the metrics a little bit later. I wrote about it on Twitter, but they do not deserve to be down 3% right now. Like this is just, if the S&P is down, everything else is going to fall with it. And so Palantir down 4%, Robinhood down 5%. Nothing really changed in these companies from yesterday versus today, outside of the fact that the macro is starting to not look that attractive. Meta right here down 2.5, Microsoft down 1, Apple down 2, Amazon down 2, Nvidia down 4, and then Tesla also down 4% here right now. Trump just tweeted, oh boy. Oh boy. So Snapchat's down 15% because they didn't give guidance. Like the macro stuff is making it worse, but they didn't give guidance. That's the reason they're down. They beat on EPS by 40%, but they didn't give guidance, and the street got mad. And so that's why Snapchat is down 15%. Snapchat is at levels it hasn't been at in 5 years. That's how bad the lack of guidance, I guess, was for them to give. Like if you look at Snapchat's chart, they have not been at 750 or whatever they're at right now in over 5 years. I mean, it's like insane that we're getting to those levels because of a lack of guidance. But it's also based off of the fact that the market is scared of tariff volatility, and that does make me scared about Meta. Because if Snapchat didn't give guidance, will Meta do that as well? Because it's all, at the end of the day, it's advertising. All right, Trump says this is Biden's stock market, not Trump's. Wow. Holy crap. I didn't take over until January 20th. Tariffs will soon start kicking in and companies are starting to move into the USA in record numbers. Our country will boom, but we have to get rid of the Biden quote unquote overhang. Are you kidding me? This will take a while. It has nothing to do with tariffs, only that he has left us with bad numbers. But when the boom begins, it will be like no other. Be patient. Oh, this is bad, bro. This is bad. This is, hold on, let me tweet this right now so I can put this on the screen. He's scared right now. Is it just me, or do you guys think he's scared right now? But also, what happened to not looking at the stock market? He's obviously looking at the market. Dude, what's happening right now is we are getting some crappy data. Stocks are being affected. Trump knows the data is crappy. He knows that stocks have to go down with this crappy data. And so he's shifting the blame. But everyone, I think, if you're not like some person who can't see Trump do anything wrong and can't be a little objective, is going to agree the Biden stock market was a great stock market. It was up 24% in 2024. What ended up ruining a lot of it was the insane level of tariff volatility that took away one of the greatest bull markets ever. I don't think people are going to buy this argument. It's not like the stock market was bad in 23 and 24. We had one bad year in 22. We had to raise rates. And then for the rest of Biden's term, we had a record 2 years. Okay, let me post this right now. Trump says this is Biden's stock market. Whoa, dude. Holy crap. Did not expect him to go on the offensive by blaming. Because if the stock market was up 5% today, would he be saying this is Biden's stock market? Like, come on, bro. Can we be a little objective? Like, no, this absolutely not. This is insanity. Okay, let me post this. He's blaming Biden for the bad data that's affecting stocks today. All right, let me show this. This is, dude, this is not good. This is someone panicking. That's what it looks like to me. And again, I'm not saying the bull market's over. I'm not saying sell everything. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just purely reacting. I'm not doing any of that, right? I'm just purely reacting to this statement by Trump. This seems to be him being scared. Like this absolutely seems like he's being scared. What do you want Trump to say? He's saying what a politician would say. You're acting like a crybaby, Ahmed. I respectfully disagree. I respectfully disagree. We had one of the greatest bull markets in the history of bull markets, and then Trump launches a unilateral campaign to get rid of the trade deficit, which isn't even a bad thing if you do 2 minutes of research and realize that countries having excess dollars buy our stocks and buy our bonds, which is why a trade deficit is not a horrible thing. And then he goes on to complain about all of this and say it's Biden's fault. Come on, bro. Come on. This is like, and again, I am not saying that markets are screwed for the year or anything like that. Everything I'm saying right here has no implications on the actual state of the market. It's rather the state of why is he blaming today? He hasn't blamed Biden all year on the stock market. He's blamed Biden for a lot of stuff this year. He has not blamed Biden about the stock market. Think about that. Today is the first day he's put out a statement like this about Biden in the context of the stock. He's blamed Biden for the egg prices and all this other, but he's not blamed Biden about stocks. I think today was the first day we saw negative GDP data and we saw job growth go down aggressively, 50% versus expectations to the downside. Stocks are going to fall when you get that type of data. Maybe they recover throughout the day. We'll see what happens, but they're going to fall initially. And he's going on the offensive and blaming Biden. I mean, I don't know, dude. Again, I think obviously there can still be a way that Trump gets a lot of trade deals done and we get growth and all that stuff. And that's why I'm not selling anything. I mean, I haven't sold anything all year. I've begrudgingly just kept buying the dip. But it is really interesting to see him completely go, nope, this is not my fault. This is Biden's fault. Because again, like if the market was up 5% today, he wouldn't be saying, oh, this is Biden's market that's up 5%. So it's like, if we're just going to be a little objective here, the reason he's saying it's Biden's market is because we're down, because we got bad data. And so I guess that's going to be the narrative. I wonder now what what Besant's going to say. I wonder what Levitt's going to say. I wonder what freaking Lutnick's going to say. Like, I wonder now the administration is going to have to go on the offensive against Biden and blame the market reaction to Biden's economy, I guess. I mean, this is going to be the official narrative coming from the administration now, if this is the way that Trump is playing it. Down 4.5% on SoFi. Like, let's say the S&P recovers, I don't know, by 10 a.m. Let's say the S&P is up 1.2%. Like, is that Biden's market? You know, like I think Trump, if anything, is being a little bit emotional, reacting to the market right here and putting out that tweet, which actually makes me a bit more scared, because the reason I think he's reacting so emotionally is because he knows the data is so bad that stocks have to be down today because of it. Again, maybe we recover, maybe we don't. And as a result, that's why he's acting like this. This is ugly. This is ugly, ugly, ugly. This is very, very ugly right now, but I guess we're going to have to see how this plays out. Karp is live right now. We got 8 minutes until the market open. Let's take a listen to him. He's speaking at some conference. Let's go to him real quick, and then I'll try to get more of this data, and then we'll get into the market open.
About feeling good, and you don't really know what you learned, and you go in a while, and somebody famous said do it, and that's how you sell one kind of book. And the other book is like Taekwondo. You get lots of belts, and it doesn't really work. And if you get in a real fight, you get your ass kicked. And that's how you sell a book. And we had neither, and it's a real book. And there's like it, and it's not, by the way, like by Palantir, although obviously that's the logical conclusion of everything. And then to top everything else off, it's kind of intellectually erudite. And the central thesis is the obvious truth that Western society, defined by meritocracy, rule of law, and honestly, mostly by competence, is superior. And that very few societies are willing to have a plan of any kind where they could be around in like 100, let alone 1,000 years. And then there's a lot of discussion of how you could organize something so it's actually highly competent, so meritocracy, and then kind of unique structures of what we do, at least at Palantir, which is low hierarchy, low title, high competence, some stuff actually stolen from the SAS and from German military.
Okay, so we'll listen to Karp at the end of the market open, because I think he's going to do a good 30 minutes. So I'd rather listen to him like in his entirety versus like in bits and pieces of it. So he's at the Hill and Valley Forum. Okay, so at the end of the market open, probably in like an hour and a half, we can listen to Karp and see what he has to say. In terms of the other parts of this macro data, so again, if you're just joining, GDP growth is negative. Job growth is also bad. It's not negative, but it's not good. 62K versus 115K expected. And then PCE came in disgustingly at 1.8% versus 1.2 expected. So you got a day where GDP is down, jobs are down, and inflation is up. We had earnings yesterday from a couple companies that were relatively decent. Some of them not the best. First Solar, for example, bad earnings. They got hit. Starbucks as well, not a horrible earnings. I wouldn't say not a bad earnings. That stock right here is, wow. Starbucks is down 10%. They were up 2% last time. Let's go to Starbucks CEO and see what he has to say about some of the stuff. But that one's getting hit right now, probably more based on the macro data signaling that there could be a recession, which obviously would not be good for Starbucks.
Seats and great front of house experiences for our customers. So we have to fix that balance. And then when we do that, we're going to fix the cost associated with what we build. And look, that's another place where I'm hugely optimistic. So in the near term, yeah, I'm going to pause some of the builds because I got to get the right building to be built. Once I have the right building, we're going to double the store count in the United States, and we'll probably do that around the world, if not more. So I'm really optimistic about where we're going. You know, it's always tough when you're in kind of the middle of it, but you know, look, we will get after the cost side of the equation while we stay really focused on the growth side of the equation.
You can see Brian Nichols, dude. He's trying to put up a good face. They didn't actually take down their earnings expectations that aggressively. Like I looked at the earnings yesterday. It wasn't horrible. But after we got this crappy GDP data, the market's thinking, hey, you're going to have people that are not going to be able to afford a $7 cup of coffee, or they're just not going to want to spend that if they A, lose their job, or B, are in pain because of prices going up, tariffs, etc. And so Starbucks is one of the companies that's being affected. Where's McDonald's right here? McDonald's is actually green, so that's a little bit more recession resistant. Chipotle, they are also down 2%, so they're going down with Starbucks. Grab's down 2%. SMCI down 19% on a bad preliminary guidance. Nvidia's down 4%. Palantir down 4%. Robinhood down 5%. Snapchat down 14%. Again, we haven't had these levels in over 5 years on Snapchat. I kind of thought it would recover in the pre-markets just by people like buying the dip on that, but given this macro data, that might not necessarily be the case. S&P slight recovery. It was at 1.5% down. Now it's at 1.25%. So, I mean, if you want to call that a little bit of a green candle there, but really at 9:30 when the market opens, we're gonna have to see how this plays out. Meta is down about 2.3%. Google, which Waymo is now partnering with Toyota. So you got another OEM that's working with Waymo. Again, this company continues to expand their presence in the robotaxi space. Google's down about 1.74%. The market's not really caring about that deal for them. Microsoft right here is down 0.78%. MicroStrategy is down 2.06%. And then Coinbase right here is down 3% as well. Who thinks this reverses? Let's do a poll right there. Who thinks this reverses by the time, or kind of, I don't know, throughout the day? Do we go green today from this red? Do we go green today? I kind of feel, I don't know, dude. We had 6 days of blistering green. I kind of think we could make that 7 if we have some good earnings today. The macro data that we had is bad. Don't get me wrong. It's not good. But I wonder if the market's resilient enough to look past it. And if they are, this is why I think Trump's tweet was so emotional. Because let's say the market is able to look past it and we go green today. Like then it's not Biden's market anymore. Now it's a Trump market because we're green, right? So it's like, it actually makes me more fearful that he put that tweet out, because I guess in his head, in the moment, he felt the data was so bad that it would absolutely affect markets, and there's no way we would be able to go green. And maybe that's why he said that this is Biden's stock. Dude, again, this is the first time Trump has said this is Biden's stock market. Tell me a time over the past 4 months, or the past 100 days of his presidency, that he has 101 days of his presidency, that he has said this is a Biden stock market. He has said a lot of stuff on Biden, but he has not said that the stock market is Biden. Even on April 8th, on the worst day since freaking 2008, he did not blame Biden for it. So why today? right? Like why? Like remember April 8th when he was doing press conferences, he never said this. He kept saying, hey, we're gonna have to go through some pain. The tariffs are important. We have a detox period. Yeah, but he never explicitly blamed Biden. And so to me, the blame today feels like he knows things might be getting bad. And if we turn green today, then then he's going to say it's not Biden's stock market. So this is an interesting one. Again, I am very curious to see if we get into a real recession, what does the Trump administration say? Because they can't hide the data from us where everyone, I mean, when people are losing their jobs, it's going to be very obvious that no, people are feeling the effects of a recession. And I just wonder how the administration is able to create a narrative around how we think of it. Because as of now, I think it's going to be a hard sell to say that the tariffs is not causing. I think if we get a recession, he can't say it's Biden's fault because everyone's going to say it's the tariffs. And you might have some people that say, yep, this was Biden's recession after a year of Trump's presidency. But I more so think the majority of people are going to say this is because of the tariffs and we didn't need to do this. And as a result, that might end up losing them the midterms or at least create a lot more animosity in the country for the concept of tariffs in the first place. All right, here we go. It's going to be a wild, interesting day. Let's see how it turns out. Wednesday, April 30th, 9:30 a.m. Thank you, everybody, for being here. The stock market is now open. All right, wake your ass up. Let's get into it, and let's see what we've got going on in these markets. We got Google down about 1.7%, Microsoft down 1.4%, MicroStrategy down 2%, Coinbase is down 3% on the day. We've got SMCI down 18%. They had a pretty bad preliminary guidance. That's why SMCI is getting hit the way they are getting hit currently right now, and that is affecting Nvidia. Nvidia right here down about 4% on the day. Palantir is down 3.7%. Robinhood was down almost 6%. Now it's down 4.6%. Maybe we get a little bit of recovery right here. 71% of you said no on do we go green today. So the majority of you thinking we don't go green. Snapchat down 15%. Ugly, ugly, ugly Snapchat. Hims right here is down 4%. S&P, there you go, down 1.5%. 1.5. That is a nasty start. It's been 6 days since we've had green, or 6 days of green. And now it looks like we are going red. Google right here is down 2.2%. My goodness, Google is lower than right before earnings. Max 7s are all red across the board. Tessie 5, Nvidia 4, Nvidia 4, Google 3, Meta 4, Microsoft 2, Apple 1. All of them negative on the day. The semis, I don't even want to look at the semis. Dell's down 7%. Micron's down 4%. ARM's down 3%. Lam Research is down 3%. Broadcom's down 3%. Qualcomm, they have earnings today, down 1.5%. Taiwan Semi down 1%. SMCI down 19%. Intel down 3%. ON down 2%. AMD down 4%. Nvidia down 4.2%. VIX is up 10%. That is correct. The VIX is up 10%. Doug says this market action is saving all my covered calls. I'm telling you, 2025 feels like a covered call type of market. 2024 was the market of your covered calls screwing you. 2025 is your covered calls somewhat saving you. I mean, this is what it feels like because it's just a hedge against the fact that volatility finds its way to come back. SaaS companies, all of them red on the day, including Palantir, Datadog, Snowflake, Confluent, Oracle, Salesforce, Team, MongoDB, Adobe, ServiceNow, all of them down about 2 to 3% on the day. Palantir right here down about 3.87% currently right now. The earnings from yesterday, let me take a look at those. Sherwin-Williams is flat. Caesars down about 1%. Visa's actually up a little bit. Bookings is down 2%. First Solar down 8%. Mondelez up 3%. Starbucks down 8%. Snapchat, a little recovery. It was down 15%. Now it's down 12%. FICO down 2%. SoFi, unfortunately, great quarter. Bad macro, and the market kind of sold it off yesterday. That one's down 4.8%. And then Reddit's down 7% because of Snapchat, which, again, makes me a little bit afraid of Meta. Given all of them are in ad tech. Trade Desk, that's another one. Trade Desk is down 4% as well. I'm hoping Snapchat not giving guidance is a Snapchat issue. It's not a broader advertising issue, because if it's an advertising issue, then every company that makes their money off ads, like Meta, like Reddit, like Trade Desk, etc., they might not have the best earnings either. And the market might start to be upset at that. Meta right here down 3.4%. Nvidia now down 3.8%. And then Tesla down almost 5%, 4.92%. Is Grab green? Is Grabby green? Grab is somewhat going green. It's going to fight today to go green, and it's going to fight because it should be up like 10% right now. The implied move on Grab was 10%. The reason we got no earnings or we got no move yesterday on Grab was because every brokerage had the date wrong except IBKR. So I think most people thought earnings were on May 15th, and so no one even remembered they had earnings yesterday. But now that they've had earnings, like I expected a move this morning, either to the downside or to the upside, but I expected some type of volatility. Right now it's only up 1.2%. But then we got all this crappy macro data. The S&P falls 1.5%. There's no way Grab's going to have a chance to move up unless it really fights for it. And it's trying to fight right here, up 1.57% on the day. We'll talk more about Grab's earnings later, but objectively, it was a great earnings. Like it really was a strong earnings. And they raised guidance, which was the biggest thing that I cared about. Starbucks down 9%, Bitcoin 94.4, SMCI down 17, Nvidia kind of trying to recover. Those are a couple of green candles right there, but that one's still red. And then Robin at 47.40, that's a little bit better than 45, where it was at in the pre-markets. Spotify, that one got hit on earnings yesterday. Spotify, that's recovering a bit, not bad, almost going green. And then Netflix, also almost going green. Are we going to go green today, bro? Are we going to get some of these names going green? Palantir's only down 3. Robinhood's only down 3.8. Snap trying to get back to $8 right here. It was at like 750. I don't know. I mean, maybe we do. Qs right here are down 1.8. We would need a pretty sizable reversal to go green on the Qs and the S&P. SPY still down basically 1.5. Netflix and Spotify are the new recession plays. Yes, that's correct. Wait, are we actually pumping? All right, Grab's up 2.5. Okay, so at least, dude, that is impressive though to me. I like objectively, given how crappy the data was in the macro, the fact that Grab is actually trying to find a way for a pump right here is nice. By the way, the CEO of Grab, he went on the offensive on the earnings. He went on the offensive on earnings. What do I mean by that? He embraced the tariff volatility. This is a quote from what he said on earnings. I was really proud of him for saying this. He said, while we are cognizant that there are increased levels of uncertainty in the global macroeconomic landscape, we will continue to harness AI and our technological capabilities to improve the reliability and affordability of our offerings. This will increasingly position us as a counter-cyclical company that can weather through uncertainties in the macroeconomic landscape. And they raised guidance. So instead of using tariffs as a scapegoat, like Snapchat did, and say that, hey, we're facing some volatility. To be fair to Snapchat, they did say on the call that advertisers are pulling back ad spend, which is why they can't give guidance. So I shouldn't be that mean to Snapchat here. But the point is, Grab is saying, you know what? We don't care if it's Monday, Tuesday, tariffs, no tariffs. We're going to survive and we're going to thrive. And so that's what I think is getting the street a little bit excited about Grab. SMCI still down 18%. Nvidia down about 3.31% right now. Any relevant tariff news? So Trump did get rid of, or not get rid of, but he significantly reduced auto tariffs yesterday. Spotify goes green at the Michigan rally. Michigan is the largest state for auto manufacturing in the United States. And so, yeah, he did say we're going to take away some of the burden on auto tariffs. But to me, that's not bullish. It's bullish because, okay, he's walking back the auto tariffs because like Ford and Stellantis and GM were probably like, dude, like, what are you doing? Like, we're going to have to fire and unemploy a lot of people in Michigan that voted for you if you do this shit. So it's bullish that he's taking it back, but it's not bullish because, like, what was the point of even putting it on? Right? Like, at this point, it's just, if you have to walk every single tariff back because you realize, wait a second, you can't have these tariffs because American workers will lose their jobs. UPS is laying off 20,000 people because of a lack of demand and because of volatility, which is why they're getting rid of 73 facilities. I mean, one would have to agree that maybe the tariffs in a lot of these areas are not that needed. For pharmaceuticals, maybe they're needed. For semiconductors and chip manufacturing, maybe they're needed. For automotives, maybe they're not. You know, it's like I don't know how this is going to play out, but if he keeps walking them back, then I don't know what the point of any of this was. S&P getting a new low of day, down about 1.7%. So that one, not really. Yeah, Grab's barely. Look at that red candle from 492 back to 481. That is probably a direct result of the S&P inching down another 0.23%. Yeah, market's dropping right here. Amazon as well. And for those that didn't get the Amazon headlines yesterday, Amazon down about 3.4%. Amazon was thinking of displaying tariff prices on all of their products The White House found out about that at around 7:30 a.m. and they accused Amazon of being a Chinese propaganda arm of the CCP and for being massively political. And then Trump called up Bezos and said, "Stop this." And Bezos said, "Okay." And the reason we know this is true and that it's not just some random rumor is because Trump confirmed it yesterday to reporters.
Great. Jeff Bezos was very nice. He was terrific. He solved the problem very quickly. And he did the right thing. And he's a good guy.
He solved the problem very quickly. This is wild, bro. He calls up Bezos and says, "Hey, buddy, if you want to have a friendly 4 years with me, you better stop this shit pretty soon." And Bezos probably called up Jassy and he was like, "Yeah, let's not do that." Now, why would Amazon want to do that? I don't think it's political. I think Amazon just doesn't want consumers to think that they're charging them prices that they've never seen, because Amazon tends to be the place where you get the cheapest stuff. And they want to just let you know, hey, this is not because of us. This is because of freaking import duties on tariffs. And so I think Amazon was just trying to just make a business decision right there. But obviously Trump did not like that. Now, granted, there is an argument in defense of Trump that Amazon should not be selling all this cheap Chinese stuff because it ruins the overall supply of goods. It ruins the ability for American manufacturers to be able to sell their goods. So like there's an argument from an ideological perspective on that angle. But if they're still going to sell it, aka consumers in the United States are still going to buy it, then I think as a company, it would make sense for them to explain why the prices are higher. But Trump made a call to Bezos and he got rid of that. So he got rid of that. SoFi, where is SoFi right here? My goodness, 7% down. 7% down on SoFi. That is not the best, dude. I don't know, dude. I mean, look, I think SoFi had a great quarter. I think this is really because of macro, but it's not only because of macro, because yesterday they lost all their gains as well. So it was people just selling off that 1450 pump. And I don't know. SoFi's going to have to figure out how to make a narrative that's really exciting for the street. S&P getting very close to down 2% on the day. Getting very close to down 2% on the day. 1.95%. It's coming up. 543. 1.98%. It looks like we are going to see that negative 2% pretty soon. Archer's down 8% as well. Amid if HIMS dips below 30, are you getting back in? Where's HIMS right now? For those that don't know, I bought HIMS at 28. I sold it at 40 because the 40% pump was just a bit too aggressive. Turned out to be a good move. And then I bought Snapchat and I'm down on Snapchat. So it turned out to be a bad move. So it's basically net even. It's like I made $1,000 on HIMS and then I'm down $1,000 on Snapchat. Granted, the 1,000 on HIMS was realized. The thousands on Snapchat is paper, so it could come back. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be afraid to buy HIMS again if we see it back in that 25, 28 range. I mean, I bought it because it was cheap. So if we get back there, then sure, it wouldn't be an issue to buy back those 100 shares. Grab goes a little red, 478. Coinbase 197. MicroStrategy 365. MicroStrategy is getting hit today, down 4%. Bitcoin right here, down about 1.3 at 93.8 right now. Navarro's on CNBC. You've got to be kidding me, bro. You've got to be kidding me. Is he on right now or is he on later? Oh, boy. Oh, no, he's on right now. All right, guys. I'm sorry to do this to you, but we've got to know what he's saying, and we've got to understand why the markets are reacting the way they're reacting, and also how they make sense of this GDP data. I hope they ask him about jobs data and GDP, and I wonder how Navarro justifies this. All right, here we go.
I want to go back. You taught me a long time ago when I read your book, Death by China, that there's real issues with China. You remember the 8 you told me, providing export subsidies, manipulating currency, counterfeiting, avoiding environmental regulations, enforcing minimal worker health, imposing import tariffs, employing predatory pricing, adopting protectionist measures. Why do we think tariffs can fix what you taught me is bad about China?
So, look, let's go there. But I got to say just one thing about today's news. That's the best negative print I have ever seen in my life. And the markets need to look beneath the surface of that. We had a 22% increase in domestic investment. That is off the charts when you strip out inventories and the negative effects of the surge in imports because of the tariffs. You had 3% growth. So we really like where we're at now. With respect to China, like, look, Jim, we know that China cheats us. We know that we use tariffs to defend ourselves against that cheating. And what we're trying to do with China, as well as the rest of the world, get the tariff barriers down, get the non-tariff barriers down, and we'll do that with the strategy we're adopting. And I think it's working beautifully. We've had, they're taking numbers. It's like you got to go in and get a number now to get a meeting with the USTR, the United States Trade Representative, in order to make a deal. So all that's going to be great. So let's see what happens there.
All right, Kim, I want to clarify that on the GDP number, how we get to 3%, because I think there are a lot of people. The market's done really bad, Peter. So we got to try to figure this out.
Yeah. So basically, the way GDP is calculated is consumption plus investment plus government spending plus net exports. Okay, so right off the bat, when you have this import surge that we've had to try to get in ahead of the tariffs, that's dragging down our GDP growth by something like 5%. I mean, it's just like extraordinary, but that's not going to be the case next quarter. So like take that off the charts. And then government spending, I mean, that's like obviously where you're doing the DOGE thing and contracting government. And that's going to be fine. That's good for America because it gets rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse. So that leaves you with the two big drivers: consumption, which is the biggest of the two, and investment. And look, the Trump program with the deregulation, with the tax cuts that's coming, which will be retroactive to January, which will allow complete expensing, it surged like what is it, 22%, 22%. And consumption, despite the soft data with the confidence being down, the consumption has been robust. Okay. So that number's a really good number when you sort out all of that stuff. And we should be celebrating Trump policy and that number.
So right now they're not doing that, but I understand. Now, Peter, are you trying to get a coalition of the willing against China? I'm focused on China. Why am I focused on it? Because when I think of what you want, and I read you your 8 that you have told me over and over again over the last decade, I don't understand how you can have that regime stay. That is totalitarian, communist, military dictatorship. You have said that over and over again. How does that stay unless you encircle them with others and keep an embargo on their trade?
Well, Jimmy, you might be surprised at this, but I do believe that the best way to negotiate with China is to really negotiate very, very quietly and behind the scenes. And so I'm not going to get up here and start waving flags and this, that, and the other thing. It's like, let that happen. I will say this, though, with respect to the rest of the world and other countries. The likely thing that's going to happen now, which every country has to be concerned about, is that as China sells less to us, they're going to try to sell more to the rest of the world. And because of their economic model, which by definition is a model based on predatory pricing and dumping, that means a lot of goods are going to be dumped into Europe, for example, into India, for example, into South America, into Africa. And those countries themselves are going to have to find a way to defend themselves against Chinese dumping, just like America is doing right now. And look, I would be remiss in not pointing out here that as we speak, we continue to have Americans die, not just of fentanyl poison from China, but from all the chemicals that are used by the Mexican drug cartels. Heroin, they use it for heroin, speed, ecstasy. They're putting it in counterfeit drugs like Xanax and Valium now. People are continuing to die from China. China, as you speak, every one of you has your little PDAs there, as they used to call them. It's like China's trying to hack those. They're trying to get our money, trying to get our identities. They steal our intellectual property. and they try to control every key critical industry in the world. So all of that's happening, and that's what we're trying to protect ourselves against, and by definition, the rest of the world.
But what do you do if you're a company like Apple, which was part of this fabric that we put together, which was post 1972 or World Trade Organization, where we wanted to do trade? We have a lot of companies that are there. I feel like our great companies are being discriminated against. I also feel that same thing in Vietnam, where you have companies that left China. I know there's bad transshipments from Vietnam, but when are we going to start favoring great American companies and let the other guys get feel the hurt?
Well, here's what I can tell every company in the world, including our great American companies. If you're coming here and investing here in Trump land, you will have the most rapid regulatory approvals you've ever seen in modern American history to get stuff done. You're going to have amazing tax breaks for investing here, not just equipment, but in terms of buildings. And you're going to have a tariff wall to protect you from unfair competition. And because companies already understand that, Jim, that's why we've seen a commitment for over $5 trillion of investment. Apple should have been doing this years ago. They've played a strategy in China. We're too big in China to fail, so please go easy on us. And they played that game now to the point where they really know that they have to move, and they will be able to do that. There's going to be a wonderful way to do that. They need to come here. They pledge their investment. But it's going to be as hard as it might be for Apple. It's very doable. It's going to be easy for other companies around the world to come here. And by the way, the auto parts thing yesterday that the president signed was brilliant. I mean, if you look kind of beneath that, it shows the tactical flexibility of our policy, our responsiveness to a short-term problem in the auto industry with respect to the cost of parts. And it's all set up, and I have to credit Howard Lutnick for the architecture of this, for creating yet another incentive for auto companies to assemble here with American parts. And so that puts us at advantage to the rest of the world with respect to assembly. And, go ahead, Jim.
Well, actually, Peter, it's David. I just want to try and get to a couple of news items if we can. I mean, Lutnick yesterday indicated something was close, a trade deal was close with some country. Can you tell us, is that true, who it is, or at least give us some sense as to whether we're going to hear an announcement soon?
Sure. And look, to be clear, I'm not an active part of the negotiation at the table by choice. That's not what I do here, but I'm very plugged into what is being done. And Jameson Greer, the United States trade representative who kind of grew up at the knee of Lighthizer and is brilliant and strong, very much in his own right, is working very closely with Howard Lutnick. And the way it works, and this is happening as we speak, is like every hour on the hour, we've got countries coming into the building across the street there, the USTR, negotiating. And they're doing across 5 verticals with respect to the different kinds of tariff differentials, non-tariff barriers, and other kinds of issues that we need to have discussions with about. In terms, some of that's what Jim referred to as the coalition of the willing on some of these broader issues.
So you think something's close,
and it's
or
working
not?
great.
I mean,
It's close.
Yeah.
It's close.
It's close.
I mean, you have to. I mean, look, what Howard said was interesting, and he's absolutely right. In an Indian democracy, it's got to go through the prime minister and the parliament. We can't just do that. But we're moving in Trump time, which is to say as fast as possible.
Hey, Peter, it's also become a parlor game trying to understand your influence and how much you have on the president at any given time. I mean, because the Treasury Secretary is viewed as having a somewhat different view than you do. Certainly Elon Musk, who you feuded with, has a different view. Do you think right now the president is open to and willing to listen to your advice and counsel?
Look, the president is the master strategist, the commander-in-chief. I'm just here to serve and help him do what he wants to do in what might be the best way possible, both tactically and strategically. And all this kind of like Game of Thrones stuff is played out in the press through anonymous leaks. I would just heavily discount it here. We're focused on the mission. The president is the key person who guides both the strategy and the tactics. And the rest of us are simply soldiers out in the field making sure that the war gets won.
All right, well, I want to come back just to a company, Nvidia. You met with Jensen Huang. You know he's a great American. You know what they've accomplished. They are committed to building $500 billion worth of materials here. They are integral to the Taiwan Semi project. And then we just learned that you guys may be even tougher than the Biden administration on where they're able to sell things. And I'm trying to figure out, what does it take? What does it take to get on your good side?
Yeah. Why have sectoral tariffs on semiconductors when we're trying to build up AI here, Peter?
Well, not my lane, which is a little bit of a cop out in the sense I know you want hard answers to hard questions.
No, because I know you like Nvidia. I'll give
you the landscape here. AI is the next frontier for control of this world, both economically and from a military point of view. So the question of chips in terms of where they go and how they get there is very much an important one to both the military and economic security of this country. So we have to think very, very carefully about what's going on. And I would ask you to simply be a little patient. We're going through the process of investigating this whole chips issue. It's very complicated because there's three different layers, basically, the high-end right. AI chips, the mid ones, and then the bulk commodity ones. We got to figure out what's best, not just for America, but for the rest of the world with respect to maintaining peace and prosperity. Because AI, as you know, it's a mixed bag in terms of our future.
Understood. Yeah. Please remember the 8 principles that you drilled into my head repeatedly about China. I don't want you to forget them now that you're in there and people try to do a deal. I want to thank Peter Navarro for coming on and talking about trade. Peter, thank you so much for the kudos, about 20 years, and thank you for coming on the show.
Always a pleasure. Anytime you guys want, I'll be back.
Thank you.
Well, yeah. There you go. S&P 500 down more than 2% on the day. And what did we get out of that interview? Well, we got a quote from Navarro saying, this is the most, this is the best negative print I've seen in my life. I don't even know how to explain what he said for why it was the best negative print. Like, if I tried to explain it, I feel like I would sound worse than him. I don't know. He then went on to explain how GDP is calculated. If they're calculating GDP the way they calculated their reciprocal tariff rates, I would just love to speak to the MIT PhD they consulted to be able to figure that out. But yeah, no, this is a train wreck. This is a train wreck. I just de-risked a little bit. So I have 2 option plays on Hood. I have the $9,500 call debit spreads for 2027, and I have the $55.70 call debit spreads. I just sold all my $55.70 call debit spreads. A little bit more than break even. I made like $500 on them. The reason I sold the 55.70s over the 9,500s is for 2 things. Number one, I was planning to de-risk anyway today. I was hoping we had a little bit more of a green day before earnings and I could de-risk, because I just don't want to be holding options going into earnings, because it's like, I don't know what's going to happen during earnings. If it goes up, great. I have the stock and the stock goes up. That's fine. But I do not want to take the risk of Robinhood tanking or earnings being bad or bad macro. And then those options just get crushed and I'm stuck with them until we get into a better macro. Number 2 is I'm negative on the 95-100 call debit spreads because I bought them a little bit higher. So my average on those is 60 cents. Right now they're at 50 cents. My average on the 50-70s were 370 and I sold them for 385. So at least I made a little bit of a profit on that one. So that's the move I made today. And again, I said yesterday I was going to make this move in the morning. I was just hoping to make it in a little bit more of a green environment. I have a ton of Robinhood stock. I do not need more Robinhood options and need to be levered up going into an earnings where I think they'll do well. But quite honestly, I looked at my earnings data. I looked at Tanner's and Roy's, and I don't see how they beat the estimates. I just don't. And I don't want it to be a Q3 2024 scenario where they come up 20 million short on revenue and the stock tanks 20%. And in this environment, I think any stock can easily, especially a high beta stock like Hood, could tank 20%. We saw it with Snapchat yesterday, simply because of the macro uncertainties, and also any earnings amiss in this environment is not going to be good. So yeah, that's one move I made right there. I think we made like $500 on that. So at least made a little bit of money, but I'd rather not be that leveraged going to earnings. Do you think Hood is going to dump? I don't think they are, but either me, Tanner, and Roy are way too conservative in our estimates, and the analysts know better than us. But I don't see how they put up $920 million in revenue. I just don't see it. I really hope to be wrong. But I did the numbers pretty aggressively from my perspective, and I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't see how you get that much in revenue, and that's what the expectation is. And unfortunately, like, part of being an investor is knowing that if the street's expecting this much and we just don't deliver, the stock could get hit. The Q's right here down 2.6%. Wow. S&P down 2.2. S&P is $1 away from going below 540. S&P is $1 away from going below 540. Let me know if anyone's making any plays right here. If you're buying the dip, if you're selling any puts, anything like that. SoFi, how bad is SoFi? Wow, 9%. Okay, this feels a little aggressive. I don't know why it's down 9%. But see, this is my point, right? This is why I'm de-risking on Hood, because if SoFi could fall 9%, Hood is way more volatile in the context of the overall beta it has towards market dynamics, aka the S&P falling or going up. And so it's just a tough spot to be in if you're holding some of these names. Palantir right here, 111. Palantir's still holding up like a champ. It's down 4%, but I mean, it's still above $100. Robinhood 46.38. That's down 6%. Snapchat's down 16%. Dude, hold on. Let me do this. The last time Snapchat was at $7.60. The last time they were here, it was October 31st, 2022. They were at $7, and at the bottom of the bear market of 2022 is where Snapchat is currently right now, after beating on EPS by 40%. I mean, this market, dude, this freaking market. Just incredible. Just incredible. Oh, we got PCE. We got PCE. Okay, here we go. We got PCE. It's 10 a.m. We've got PCE, folks. Here we go. Yeah, it's hotter than expected. This is what we thought. This is what the preliminary data showed us in the morning. All right, so personal income month over month. The market wanted 0.4. We came in at 0.5. Personal spending month over month. The market wanted 0.5. We came in at 0.7. Price index. The market wanted 2.2. We came in at 2.3. And then core PCE came in flat. Market wanted 0.1. That came in flat. That's actually not horrible. But on the other core metrics, that's why that 1.8 number that we looked at in the morning was higher than 1.2. That is congruent with some of that PCE data. Is the market getting hit on that? S&P, it was already down. S&P is actually a little bit of green candle. Went from 2.25 to 2% down, which is not horrible. That's not horrible. Market's liking that a little bit right here. Let me see if I can get some more coverage on that, and then we'll get some more PCE analysis here.
For economic data and even more crossing the tape, let's get back to Rick Santelli. Hey, Rick.
Yes, Carl, indeed. Now, there's a lot of components here, so I'm going to go slow. Personal income and spending for March, income up a bit better than expected, up 0.5%. And last month's powerful up 0.8 gets downgraded, but only by 1/10. So 0.7, nice back-to-back numbers. On the spending side, also better than expected, up 0.7. And in the rearview mirror, an upgrade from 0.4 to up 0.5% on spending. Real spending adjusted for inflation, up 0.7, up 0.7. That's the best number since Jan of 23. Now let's get into it. PCE, month over month, unchanged as expected. In the rearview mirror, we do pop from 0.3 to up 0.4, which makes zero look maybe that much better. Now, if we look at PCE year over year, up 2.3, that's just a smidge warmer than expected. But Last month's 2.5 moved up to 2.7, now down to 2.3. That is indeed good news. Now, if we look at the month over month on the core PCE, that was expected to be up 1/10 to 2/10. It is unchanged. We pop 1/10 in the rearview mirror from up 4/10 to up 5/10. And finally, the number 7 component, maybe the most important on the inflation front, PCE core year over year. Last month, it was 2.8. That moved up to 3%. New reading, 2.6, exactly as expected. That would be the lowest reading going all the way back to, believe it or not, March of 21. Now, it doesn't end there. Let's quickly look at home sales from a pending home sales perspective. This is the month of March, 6.1% on pending home sales month over month. That is a powerful number, much stronger than expected, the best since D's of 23. And finally, that's month over month. Let's take a year over year perspective, down 1/10. Now, that doesn't sound good, but believe it or not, that's still the strongest number since Nova of last year. We've had some big negative numbers. Interest rates have had a lot of movement today, but maybe the most important thing is with GDP, when those big inflation numbers hit, rates popped up. As equity started to show a lot of red, interest rates were very responsive, and you turned a bit lower. Sarah, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. With all that data, Rick Santelli. At the GDP number, let's just hit that first because Rick mentioned it, and that'll get a lot of attention, coming in at negative 0.3%, worse than the negative 0.2. You see a negative number. You say, what's going on with the economy? The truth is, and I know Peter Navarro talked about this as well, there are some unique factors that are not as worrisome that subtracted for growth. For instance, exports were the big drag on growth.
Okay, we'll go back to that in a second, but this PCE data is not horrible. It's a little bit better than the preliminary data we got in the morning, but still S&P down 2%. So, I mean, it's enough relief to cover 0.25% if it even covers that. But still pretty bad. HIMSS, disgusting day, dude. 40% day yesterday. Basically, all of that taken away. I mean, now it's up about, what, 5% from where it was 2 days ago. So a lot of that being taken away from the macro. Grab in a sea of red. It's not really green, but it's at least not red. It's holding up, trying to go up today. If we had a good macro, if we had any level of good data today, I think this thing would be surging through the $5 range. But as of now, it's going to have to stay put at these levels. If you sold covered calls on it, I mean, those should be doing well going into earnings. Meta right here, 534, that's down 3. McDonald's down 0.6 or 0.16. Starbucks still down 7. Nvidia down 4. Palantir down 2. That one's recovering a little bit. And then Robinhood down 4. Also a little bit of recovery. SoFi still down 8% right now. CEP is still holding up. CEP is the Cantor Equity Partners Bitcoin Fund. That one is only down 2%. That is pretty damn incredible that that's holding up. I didn't know this was Cantor Fitzgerald's son, or Howard Lutnick's son, who's sponsoring this thing, and Cantor Fitzgerald is the like this basically SPAC sponsor of this. But you guys told me yesterday, so it makes sense why Lutnick continues to be bullish on Bitcoin here. Pfizer's green. Pfizer had earnings a couple days ago, I think, and their earnings weren't horrible. So Pfizer right here, yeah, you got a little bit of green right here. Let's look at a heat map and see what's green and what's red. Yeah, dude, the biggest surprise to me today was the Trump tweet. That was the biggest surprise to me. I mean, he hasn't blamed Trump or Biden for the whole freaking. He hasn't blamed Biden the whole year for the stock market. This was the first day ever. He says this is Biden's stock market. Look at that. Goodness gracious. Pfizer's one of the only green stocks today. Look at that. Tech, gone. Berkshire Hathaway, gone. Financials, gone. Retailers, gone. Tesla hit. Energy, gone. Communications, Verizon's the only one that's green. Remember how I said 2 months ago, I really don't think Verizon's going to outperform Nvidia by the end of the year? Well, I mean, a lot of things are outperforming Nvidia because Nvidia's down like 30%. I don't know, dude. If things don't change, it's not going to be that crazy to say Verizon outperforms Nvidia. Consumer non-durables are still red. Coca-Cola's red. Pharmaceuticals, Eli Lilly is red. Energy's red. Producers, manufacturing is red. Industrial services are red. The waste managements of the world, etc. And then obviously you got tech and finance that are pretty red. So That's what we got. Face ripper delayed until 2026. The sad part about that, dude, 2026 is a midterm year, and midterm, look at it, they tend to be so bad. 2022 was a midterm year. 2020, well, 2020 was not a midterm year. That was an election year. But then 2018 was a midterm year. 2018, we saw what happened. We had a pretty nasty market. And then 2019, we cut rates, and that kind of saved it. I mean, 2026 just historically. Now, granted, we could have an anomaly with AI and, this whole tech revolution we're going through, yada, yada. But it's not like 2026. 2026 was supposed to be the worst out of the 4-year bull market that we were supposed to have. 2023 was the start. 2024 was amazing. 2025 was supposed to be choppy, but still really good. And then 2026 was sort of supposed to mirror that 1995 to 2000 range, where that one was not the best. And then it's supposed to blow up at the end in 2027. But now that 2025 is kind of blowing up, at least in the moment, I guess we're going to see how it plays out. Granted, again, as I say this, I'm not selling anything. I sold my options because I don't want to be leveraged here, but I am not getting out of this market. Here's a chart right here. And what I'm saying right here is very consistent with probably what you guys are doing. This is some new data from Morgan Stanley. Take a look at this. Retail flows as a percentage of the aggregate market cap. I mean, it's incredible. Retail traders are buying stocks at the fastest pace this year. And we thought in March, retail was buying the dip. It looks like in April, we don't have the official amount of inflows for April because April's not done yet, but it's pretty aggressive. So I think when Besant said retail is buying the dip because they trust Trump, which if you missed that quote yesterday, he explicitly said retail is buying because they trust Trump's plan, whereas institutional investors don't. I don't think it's because we trust Trump. I think it's because we don't have anything else to do. Right? Like most of us are not actively managing the portfolio and hedging and buying puts and all that, operating like a hedge fund. We're buying good quality companies that we believe will be around in the next decade. So the reason retail's buying the dip is because you kind of have nothing else to do here. I mean, I have nothing else to do. I'm not going to, I'm not buying gold. I'm not putting YOLOing everything into crypto. I'm going to buy companies that I believe by the time I'm 35, 40, 45 will still be around and I can still hold on to their shares. But still, the volatility of dealing with all this obviously is aggressive. Yeah, there's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to hide. Besant also said that Trump likes to create strategic uncertainty. They can keep saying that all they want, dude, the strategic uncertainty. They can keep blaming the Chinese. At the end of the day, we need a deal. Lutnick says we're close to a deal. He says it's coming pretty soon. He says he's just waiting for approval from the freaking other country to announce it. I'm like, okay, I guess, the other country has to give him the ability to approve it. But, hopefully they give him that approval soon and then we can get the deal announced. I think it's probably going to be India, but there's a part of me that says you don't have a deal. You're just saying this to say this and you're blaming the other country. But in reality, the deal's not there, which is what I think a lot of people are thinking as well. So we're going to have to see. Amit, what are you doing with the sold hood options? Are you converting them to any? I don't know. I mean, I want to buy, obviously I'd want to put that into hood stock, but I bought hood stock on Friday. So to me, I'm kind of just chilling, dude. I want to see the numbers. If hood goes up, I'll be happy. Yeah, I won't have the crazy gains if I had a ton of options, but at some point you got to manage risk in this market. And I'm not expecting them to go down. I just don't see how they beat on the earnings estimates. I don't get it. Every way I do that, and I feel like I know the numbers better than most people. Maybe I'm just undercounting the prediction markets or the futures or the options or whatever, but Street wants 920 million, and I don't think they're going to get there. Which doesn't mean they have to tank, but it also doesn't mean they have to gap up 10%, So I don't know. I mean, we're going to have to see. We're really going to have to see. But yeah, I'm not doing anything with cash. I'm just holding it right now. Amid Josh Brown used your X post on Amazon in his podcast yesterday. Yeah, we saw that last night. I was with Steve on the market close. That was pretty cool. Shout out to Josh Brown. It was really cool. They used the Amazon post where they were talking about where Besant was talking about Amazon on the podcast. I'm a big fan of that podcast too, so it was really cool to see them use that screenshot. Okay, here's a good piece of tech news, and then we'll get back into macro. So Figure, which is rumored to be working with UPS, we are still in a tech revolution. This is what Brett Adcock, the CEO, said about him yesterday. In 2024, Figure had 33,000 job applications. So far this year, we're only 4 months into the year, they have 53,000 job applications. Why is this bullish? Well, I still think it means that the technological revolution of humanoid robots, along with a variety of other things that are happening, even if the macro is uncertain, is real. And it's hard to be super bearish when you've got all this tech that is happening and when you got 53,000 people that want to work at a humanoid robotics company. I mean, you are getting people that want to embrace the future, and that future, I think, will be a future of abundance. It's just in the short term, we are engaging in a lot of volatility to get to that inevitable abundant future. Speaking of abundance and AI, I have a new MacBook for those that don't know, and I'm loving it. Paid $4,000 for it. It is completely, it's not giving me any problems. I have like a billion tabs open. I've not had a single lag at all today. But the reason I bring this up is because I was at the Apple store yesterday, and I went in. I knew exactly what I wanted, and while I was waiting with the sales lady for them to bring out the Mac, she said, while we wait for the Mac to come out, do you know what Apple AI can do, Apple Intelligence can do on your Mac? And I said, oh, you mean it can't do anything? And she started awkwardly laughing, and she was like, well, it can do some stuff. And I was like, all right, show me. Then she goes on to show me a email editor, which means it helps you write an email. Then she showed me generative AI emojis. I didn't say anything. I'm just sitting there, not saying anything. I don't want to be rude. I made one joke. I don't want to be disrespectful or anything. And then she says, oh, and this is the best one. It can summarize your notifications. And I wanted to say something so badly because I have that on the iPhone, and it's the dumbest feature ever. Summarizing the notification. Like, no one, first of all, no one can even read the summary because it's like the text is not even long enough to be able to read the entire summary. B, who cares about a summary of the notification? I just want to see the notification. I don't care about the summary of it. And she was acting like it's this big deal. So the reason I bring this up is because I think Apple is so far behind when it comes to AI. And it's like the only reason I'm buying the MacBook is because I love the computer. It has nothing to do with the AI. So I really hope on the earnings on Thursday, Apple makes somewhat of an attempt to say, hey, we're going to bring an AI version of Siri and broader advanced Apple Intelligence features to our Mac devices and iPads, etc. But because right now they have no AI. They have zero AI. And I don't know what's the value of using AI on my computer yet. Really, they need agentic workflows to become meaningful in the context of everything I do on my Mac or my iPhone is run through an agent. We're not there yet in AI. But you would think Apple would be on the cutting edge of that stuff, and they're just not. I think OpenAI is more than Apple. SMCI, by the way, down 16%. Nvidia recovering a little bit right here, down 2.9. So, yeah, in June, they're probably going to have their worldwide developers event, but hopefully, dude, hopefully they actually introduce some meaningful AI because it's bad. What's the battery life? I actually don't know, but it's not on charge right now. And my other Mac, by this time into the market open, if it wasn't plugged in, it would have been dead. So I'm really happy with this computer. Like, it is very, very just quick and efficient. And like, I know it's only been 2 days, but if you go, if you want to know which, it's the M4 and it's the most expensive one. So it's the most expensive M4. I don't know all the specs, but it's 64 GB unified RAM, whatever it is. Like, it's just fast. That's all I care about, that it's fast. And so it's nice to see that that's happening. All right, macro, let's go back to that and try to get an update on what we've got from this GDP data.
Because of all the front loading ahead of the tariffs. And so that's subtracted, a few percentage points there. Obviously, that's not necessarily going to be repeatable and not some sort of sign of underlying demand because it happened as everyone was trying to export ahead of the tariffs. The other big factor that dragged on growth was government spending. And this is something the administration has wanted to see, growth away from the private, into the private sector, away from the public sector. So we did get that drag on growth from government spending. If you look at the sort of underlying economy and what we learned about the consumer, which is the most important part of the economy, not bad, 1.8% growth. It was still weaker than it's been, but better than economists had forecast. Another gauge of underlying demand showed some growth because of business equipment purchases. Those were the fastest since 2020. So overall, you can extrapolate that we're coming from a weaker spot as we go into the impact of tariffs. But a lot of it is, of course, these sort of one-off factors. As far as ADP, private sector jobs, that was weaker than expected, 62,000. Government jobs on Friday is going to be more important on that front. And as Rick said, it was the PCE deflator which comes out in that quarterly GDP number, which I think surprised people, which was a little bit elevated and higher, about having to worry again about this stagflation thing. Remember, it's a bad combo, stagflation. Slower growth, higher inflation. I think we need more evidence. This first quarter was a little funky, but that's a market worry, David, on top of a market that's been pretty resilient in the last few sessions.
It certainly has. Is there a way to normalize sort of what exports and imports would have been otherwise?
Not really.
I mean, it's hard to do, right? You
Hard
can't really
to figure out
how much is actually true pull forward versus just demand or.
No, but we do know net exports subtracted 5 percentage points from GDP. That is the most on record. So pretty unusual, I would say.
5 percentage points.
Yes.
Okay.
From GDP. That's a huge amount, right?
Right. Wait,
So,
but what would it otherwise have been then? I'm just trying to understand Navarro's point and yours.
Real quick, we got Jensen on CNBC. He is taking some questions from reporters. Let me pull up to this real quick, and let's see what he's saying.
About how the U.S. needs to remain competitive when it comes to AI. I caught up with him for a few minutes, and I asked him a little bit about how tariffs were impacting everything.
There should always be policy that enables and supports and accelerate the ability for us to onshore manufacturing. But with willpower and with the resources of our country, I'm certain we can manufacture onshore.
What's your reaction to the Wall Street Journal saying Huawei is advancing to catch up to your highest level chips?
There's no question that Huawei is one of the most formidable technology companies in the world. And they're incredible in computing, they're incredible in networking technology and software capabilities, all of the essential capabilities to advance AI. And they've made enormous progress in the last several years. Whatever policy the administration puts together really should enable us to accelerate the development of AI, enable us to compete on a global stage.
How far, can I just one more, like how far behind do you think China is?
China is not behind. Anybody who's
ahead of you?
China is right behind us. I mean, we're very, very close. But remember, this is a long-term. This is an infinite race. There's no, in the world of life, there's no 2-minute end of the quarter. There's no such thing. And so we're going to compete for a long time. And just remember that this is a country with great will, and they have great technical capabilities. 50% of the world's AI researchers are Chinese, and so this is an industry that we will have to compete for.
Huang will be visiting the White House later today to continue to talk about AI as well as tariffs. Of course, the White House is currently putting together a plan for what their path forward with AI will look like. Guys?
Yeah, Emily,
There you go. I mean, take a look at that. Those are some quotes by Jensen. You could kind of tell what he was really trying to say, which is, hey, Trump, you kind of can't screw the United States when it comes to AI because China's not far behind. He says Huawei is one of the most formidable tech companies in the world. China's not far behind. 50% of the world's AI researchers are Chinese. He didn't have to say that stat. I think he said that stat for a reason. He wants people to know, like, when it comes to AI, it's not just like the United States has a monopoly on it. China is not far behind us. And then he said the Trump administration should be enabling us to advance in AI. He obviously can't say they should let us sell chips to China or that Trump should get rid of the export controls because that would be too hostile. He would get a call from Trump, just like Bezos got a call yesterday. So he has to be very careful in terms of how he speaks about this. But he is trying to get the message out there that China is not far behind when it comes to the advancements in AI. Nvidia right here, 105.90, Meta 537. I don't know. I mean, we're still red on the day. S&P down 1.67. We were down 2.2. So we got some green coming in right here. But majority of everything else is still red. Grab, every time the S&P goes up a little bit, Grab gets the permission to go up a little bit more. Spotify is green, up 2%. They took a nasty 10% haircut yesterday. And Mag 7s are still all red on the day. Do I have any play going into Meta earnings? No. Yo, who owns Meta? Who owns Meta or Microsoft today? Let me do a poll. Who owns Meta and Microsoft? Let's see. I don't have a play on any of those. Kind of scared to have a play on them, to be honest. But I also think I'd rather just see the earnings and then decide. Okay, 72% of you said no, we don't see green today. Which do you own? Meta, Microsoft, neither, or both? What do you guys own here? Robinhood play is just my stock. I have options, I have stock, I have a lot of Robinhood. So the only play is hoping that that position continues to grow. Meta. I see a lot of metas right here. I see a lot of metas. Meta is my single biggest position. Dude, a lot of you guys, I think, bought Meta back in 2022 when it really tanked. Not at that $88 level. I think most of you guys, or most of the people that I know, got in at around 120 to 150, and they were going to sell it at like 300, and then it just, went off like a rocket ship to freaking 500 and stayed there. But I think that's the one stock I regret not buying. I sold my Meta for Palantir at 12. I had $1,000 loss on Meta. I bought it at 320, went to 240, and then I sold it. What was it? Probably like February 2022. And then, yeah, because that's when Palantir reported. Palantir went from like 15 to 12, and that's when I bought it at Palantir instead. But that I never got back into Meta after that. Meta is 30% of my port. Wow, 10,000 Meta at 92. Holy crap. That's incredible. Goodness, dude. A lot of you guys have Meta. What does the poll say? Yeah, Meta 27, Microsoft 8, neither 51, both 15. So Meta is the biggest single holding for most people between Meta and Microsoft. 7% of my port is Meta. My average on Meta is 145. Dude, I have no problem with Meta. I love it. I love the company. Love Zucks. Oh, we got some good clips of Zucks yesterday as well. Speaking about AI, he did another AI podcast, and he talked about a ton of stuff. So here's what he's had to say about DeepSeek and the export controls in relationship to tariffs.
Things like chips, I think you can see how they're clearly working in a way because, there was all the conversation with DeepSeek about, they did all these like very impressive low-level optimizations. And the reality is they did, and that is impressive. But then you ask, why did they have to do that when none of the like American labs did it? And it's like, well, because they're using like partially nerfed chips that are the only thing that Nvidia is allowed to sell in China because of the export controls. Now, they produced a good result on text, right? It's like, DeepSeek is text only. But every new major model that comes out now is multimodal. But when you compare like Llama 4 with DeepSeek, our reasoning model isn't out yet, so I think that the kind of R1 comparison isn't clear yet. But we're basically effectively same ballpark on all the tech stuff is what DeepSeek is doing, but with a smaller model. The kind of cost per intelligence is lower with what we're doing for Llama on text. And then all the multimodal stuff we're effectively leading at, and it just doesn't even exist in their stuff. But I think it's clearly a good team that's doing stuff over there. And I think you're right to ask about accessibility of power, the accessibility of compute and chips and things like that. Because I think the kind of work that you're seeing the different labs do and play out, I think is somewhat downstream of that.
And then here's what Zucks had to say about the open source AI revolution.
There's a question, which is, would they still be doing open source if we weren't doing it? And I think that there are a handful of folks who see the trend that more and more development is going towards open source. And they're like, oh crap, like we kind of need to be on this train or else we're going to lose. Like we have some closed model API, and like increasingly a lot of developers, that's not what they want. So I think you're seeing a bunch of the other players start to do some work in open source, but it's just unclear if it's dabbling or fundamental for them in the way that it has been for us. And, a good example is like what's going on with like Android, right? It's like Android started off as the open source thing. There's not really like any open source alternative. Like I think over time, Android has just been kind of getting more and more closed. So I think if you're us, you'd kind of need to worry that if we stopped pushing the industry in this direction, all these other people maybe are only really doing it because they're trying to kind of compete with us in the direction that we're pushing things. They already have their revealed preference for what they would build if open source didn't exist, and it wasn't open source, right? So I just think we need to be careful about relying on that continued behavior for the future of the technology that we're going to build at the company.
You got to give Meta credit, which is there's a lot of bull cases to Meta, WhatsApp, AI, Instagram, Ray-Bans, but one of the bull cases is they are the really only company in America meaningfully delivering open source AI. OpenAI is still closed source, and Meta's Llama is only getting better and better and better, which is why they just unveiled the Meta AI app. I downloaded it yesterday. Tesla right here down 5.2%. I was playing with it. It's not amazing. Like it has some work to do. Let me check the ranking on the App Store right here. But Meta has the world's distribution, so they can get a lot of people hooked onto it pretty cool. Yeah, it's number 2 in productivity, bro. Number 2 in productivity. Like, this is what they did with Threads. One of you guys in the chat said Meta paid you $60,000 last year to post on Threads. I mean, they have unlimited amounts of money that they can pay to get. And by the way, Threads, I don't use it, but Threads is going to make them some real money pretty soon. Threads has 500 million monthly active users. Like, I don't really care about the product, but the point is, if people are using it, Meta is going to inevitably start showing ads. By the way, people are threading on Threads, aka they're putting a ton of text data. Meta can use that to then to then fine tune their models that are open sourced and give you better real time data because people are threading instead of tweeting about stuff in real time. So, although I don't think it's part of the cultural zeitgeist like Twitter or X, it's going to make them money. And it was a great idea for them to launch it. So I think there's plenty of bull cases for Meta. We just got to see what their guidance looks like today and how they talk about the tariffs. The one thing that has not worked about them was the metaverse, correct? They made a $70 billion mistake on that. I think they're still spending money on Reality Labs every year and losing money, but given the stock is 5x from the lows, I think the street has been able to ignore it. EC, thank you for the $10 super chat. Amit, the Zucker nerd is stealing your eyeglass aura. Yes, I have never seen him wear those glasses before, so he's entering his large eyeglass era. But he's having my aura on the glasses. I don't think those are the Orion glasses that he's wearing today. I don't think those were the Orion. No, maybe they are. No, those are the Ray-Bans. I'm looking at it. Those are the Orions are a bit bulkier, and those are about 3 years away. But when I was at the Apple Store yesterday, again, usually I see no one at the Vision Pro Center. I saw one person yesterday inquiring about the Vision Pro. The Vision Pro is done. Like it's dead. And this is the one take that I feel a bit vindicated on because the day it came out, I said, this is stupid. No one's going to wear it. I had plenty of debates on it. And I feel like I've been vindicated. I do think the category of glasses can survive. And I think if anyone's going to win, I think it's going to be Meta. I think they're going to be the ones that actually get it out into the world because they just have a different culture and DNA and they're paradigmatically thinking of it different. Like Apple put out a product where you have to hold a battery pack in your pocket in order to use it. I think everyone would rather them just wait a couple years and figure it out before putting that out because that was ridiculous. There was just no way that was gonna actually work. I think he's just wearing his company's product. Yeah, he's probably just wearing the Ray-Ban product. But a lot of you guys are saying you own Meta. All right, so everyone. Okay, so then here's the next question in the chat. Let me do this. Does Meta pump or dump today? What do we think? Meta pump or dump? Again, the earnings today is going to be on Robinhood, but in the midst of it, we'll cover Meta and Microsoft. But the focus is going to be Hood. So while we're waiting for the Hood call, we'll get through the Meta numbers and Microsoft. Snapchat still down 16% on the day, just not finding a single bid. PayPal down 3%. SoFi down 6.4, recovering a little bit. And then where's Hoodie? Hoodie is down 3.3, 47.74. Right here on Hood. Grab is going to pump 5 to 10% of S&P recovers. I mean, yeah, there's a shot. Now, what would get the S&P to recover? I mean, maybe it's a good Meta and Microsoft earnings, which is, again, dude, it's very confusing why Trump put out that tweet today, blaming Biden for the stock market. Like, how ironic would it be if we go green and we're up 1% by the end of the day? The past 6 days we've been green. Trump has not said it was Biden's stock market. Today, explicitly, this is Biden's stock markets, not Trump's. I just feel like this was not the right message to put out right here until the market. Like, if you didn't say this when we were at 4,800 at 4,800, Trump didn't blame Biden for the stock market, but down 2% of the pre-markets because of some crappy macro data. Now you're going to blame Biden. I don't know what TV he was watching or who he was seeing on Fox or CNBC that influenced him to write this. We know that he watches those every morning. But something triggered him to blame Biden about this. And it's so weird because stock market's actually up a lot from the lows, which you would think he takes credit for. But he's going the opposite direction here. Jason Calacanis is going to roast the shit out of Trump for this tweet on Friday. Oh boy, dude. This is going to be, it is going to be one of those tweets that gets, and like as soon as I saw the tweet, everyone on Twitter was just like, wow, this is like, he's actually saying it. He's actually full on blaming someone else. Yeah, look, so here's some analysis from a guy I like to follow on Twitter. He says, we're going risk off. Trump is disowning the stock market right now. It's clear to me that Trump is sticking with tariffs. I am also strongly of the view that he does not understand what tariffs are as a tax on Americans. I would have to agree. I really don't think anyone, the only person in this administration that understands that tariffs are a tax on Americans, which is why Amazon was trying to show people the amount they were going to pay, is Besant. Because Besant is the disciple of Druckenmiller, and Druckenmiller knows that tariffs are stupid. But I don't think Trump, and definitely not Navarro, get that yet. And then he goes on to say, further, my read from the Lutnick CNBC interviews that 10% could be the floor. Add to that a weak ADP labor report that missed all the economic expectations and a high inflation report, and you have a big risk off ahead. The Fed can't move with that kind of inflation print. That's the argument for stagflation and going risk off. Bad jobs, high inflation, and increased volatility from tariffs, and then negative GDP growth. Now, again, I still believe all of this can be reversed very quickly. I still think a lot of the damage has been done, and it's going to affect the next couple of quarters. But if Trump gets that 10% tariff down to 5%, if we get a China deal, yada, yada, I still think markets, I mean, the day they announce the China deal, I think markets would rally because markets would be so happy that it's finally done with. But are we going to rally from a lot lower than here, or we get to rally from the 200-day moving? Like, where do we rally from? And then if we do rally, does anyone even trust that rally? That's another question. Let's say we get to 570, 580 on the S&P. Do people just sell that because they're like, all right, I can get the hell out now because I'm not going to stay in and watch this continue to happen? Or does that create, the next leg of a bull market? I think we're going to find out over the coming months. Jensen is not speaking, but he already spoke, and he gave a little bit of time to CNBC and answered a couple questions right here. We do have Trump going live at 11 a.m. again today. What is he going to be talking about? Let me tell you right now. He's also going live at 4 p.m., so he's going live twice. Again, he goes live more than I do. He is going to be holding a cabinet meeting at 11 a.m. So all the cabinet people are going to be there and probably talking about how amazing he is. But that's what he's going to be having at 11 a.m.
Interesting comments from Jensen Huang there, echoing, I think, what any number of people who follow us closely have been saying lately in terms of China's abilities. I would assume he's going to share the same with the administration, with Congress as well, in part because he's dealing with the possibility of sectoral tariffs that conceivably could hamper our ability in this country to continue to advance at the same pace.
Exactly. And Wong, he kind of spoke to me about the fact that he has invested and does want to invest in the U.S. But when it comes to AI, it's not just a matter of AI specifically. It's a much broader ecosystem that has to be able to support it, from the skills to the energy to, of course, the tariffs, and to be able to build these factories here in the U.S. If Trump really wants to be able to onshore, as he said he does, there is some questions about exactly what the outcome of his tariffs are going to be and whether you are going to be able to have that manufacturing return to the U.S. in the way that he wants.
Take a look at this, dude. This just popped up. Take a look at this. January 29th, 2024. This is the Trump stock market, tweeted by Trump. He writes, this is the Trump stock market because my polls against Biden are so good that investors are projecting that I will win and that will drive the market up. Everything else is terrible, and record-setting inflation has already taken its toll. Make America great again. April 30th, 2025. This is Biden's stock market, not Trump. I didn't take over until January 20th. Tariffs will soon start kicking in, and companies are starting to move into the USA. Our country will soon boom, but we need to get rid of the Biden overhang. Like, you don't have to be political here. You don't have to be a Trump fan or a Trump hater. I don't think I love Trump. I'm definitely not, I overly hate Trump. I think I'm just freaking objective here and saying this is ridiculous. I don't even care if the stock market goes green today. Like, it's just, this is not the type of leadership I think people want to see. And there's a lot of things I support Trump on, like what he's doing at the border. There's a lot of things that I think is kind of freaking stupid, like saying a trade deficit is a bad thing, when in reality, a trade deficit is actually really good for the world's reserve currency. But this type of contradicting back and forth, and Biden also contradicted himself. I'm not trying to say this is exclusive to Trump. Biden had plenty of these gaffes and statements where he said one thing, did another. I'm just objectively analyzing it right here. It's bad for Biden. It's also bad for Trump. Like, this doesn't have to be political. But what it does mean for us as investors is that it creates more volatility. It creates more uncertainty, and it somehow forces the market to kind of reconcile with the fact that one day Trump can say something, the other day he can't, and then it begs the question: who wants to be in that market? Now, again, for retail, I don't think we have a choice. Like we are not actively hedging and managing some multi-billion-dollar portfolio, so you have to just continue to buy the dip and hope that over the long term it works out, which historically it will. But the volatility of it is what we're trying to all figure out how to navigate. We want Steve. Steve just texted me. Dude, if you're on the market close yesterday, you saw what Steve had. I don't think he can meet right now. He's probably at work, but he just texted me a nice little bottle of drinkable yogurt. Steve apparently has a dairy dealer. So you know how people have weed dealers? Steve has a dairy dealer. He revealed on the market close yesterday that he has a guy that he calls up to get his dairy ready for him. I couldn't believe it, bro. I was like, this man is literally one of a kind. Literally one of a kind. He has a freaking dairy dealer. I think I got to get to his stage in life where I have a guy who gets my drinkable yogurt ready. Look at the Cantor Equity Partners, bro. That's up 8%. Is Bitcoin even up right now? Bitcoin's down 1% and that one's up 8%. So it looks like people are just buying that on a day like this. Where's Webull? Webull, by the way, for those that got in, I hope people took profits. This one's back to $13.90. It IPO'd at 10. This is more reasonable of a price, but it got to freaking $80. I know a lot of you guys in the chat swing traded it really well. Think about the schmuck that you sold shares to in Webull at like $65. Shout out to Fabio. If Fabio's watching, Fabio, he was at the Toronto meetup. He got in at, I think, 22. He sold it at like 50. Think about the schmuck that bought Fabio's Webull shares at 50. And now it's at $13.99, bro. That's wild. Oh, Fabio's here. There you go. There he is. Shout out to Fabio. Fabio, you offloaded those shares on a literal schmuck who bought those at 50. The reason I say schmuck, not because they're bag holding, but because they actually bought that damn thing up 700%, where in no world Webull deserved to be up 700%. It's a schmuck. It is what it is. It's a schmuck. I've been the schmuck before plenty of times, but like it's fun to offload the shares to the schmuck. So that's incredible. 10-year goes green. Oh, we did not need that today. Don't tell me the 10 years. Oh my goodness. 10-year goes green. Well, that's not good. Granted, it's not crazy green, but credit markets might start screaming if they keep seeing a lot of this pain. Guys, I couldn't. I tried calling Chris, but he's not picking up, so I think he's busy. Steve's definitely busy. I would love to have Chris on right now, but I don't. I sent him the link, but I don't think he's even seeing it right now. Hopefully, we can get him on either later today or tomorrow and try to discuss this. But based on some of the tweets I'm looking at, Chris is not happy. That's for sure. This is this one thing he posted about around stagflation. Where's this chart? Bro, this guy tweeted 10 minutes ago. Where the hell is he? I'm going to text him right now. Pick up. People want to hear from you. Let me call him again. Let's see if he picks up. This guy tweeted 10 minutes ago. There's no way he's probably watching he's probably just watching his portfolio crash right now. Yeah, this is the cheat sheet on stagflation that he posted. Yeah, Chris is avoiding us because he's crying in his portfolio. That's what's happening right now. So that's what we're looking at. That's the cheat sheet. You get inflation go up, GDP growth go down, stocks go down, bonds go down, yields go up. You have a pretty disgusting environment. Yeah, he didn't pick up. I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't want to deal with this shit today. I can't blame him, bro. I can't blame him. That Trump tweet. I mean, I think that really got a lot of people. Think about Ken Griffin. Think about Bill Ack. Think about the most, wealthy hedge fund advisory firms, all of them looking at that shit. I mean, retail is looking at that like, what the hell? Those guys that manage lots and lots of money, they must be looking at that like, is he serious? Did he just say this is Biden's stock market? And is he trying to shift the blame to Biden on everything? I mean, this is just... Ken Griffin's already pissed off at him. He did an interview last week and he said, we can't continue doing this because the American brand will get destroyed. And I don't think he's being emotional, dude. I don't think Ken Griffin's a pretty smart freaking guy. And he just does. It's not like he's saying this because the market's down. He's been through many volatile cycles and Citadel makes money going up or down. It's more so a question of the way this is happening, and the reasoning behind this was so self-inflicted that I think a lot of the big guys are just so pissed off about it. Also, they had 4 years of basically no volatility with Biden. I mean, there were different macro events, but for the most part, Biden wasn't going live 2 times a day. Now, I didn't like the fact that Biden barely did press conferences. I was not a fan of that because I felt like he was basically hiding from the American people. But Trump giving contradictory statements every day also is a different type of scenario that we all have to deal with. Dealing with a work issue. All right, Chris, no worries, brother. Thank you for being here. Everyone just wanted a little bit of your commentary here on a day like this. Oh man. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, what's going green? TSM's a little bit green. 0.15. We got Trump speaking at 11 a.m. So we'll see what he has to say. Do we want to watch Karp now? Yes. Put yes in the chat if we want to watch Karp. I think Karp had about 20 minutes today. Karp got interrupted, by the way, by a protester around Palestine. So you had some funky stuff happen today at this Hill and Valley forum. I don't think there's any other crazy macro data right here. So until Trump speaks, I think we can chill out a bit and maybe just watch Karp, because there's nothing else that I'm seeing here. I mean, Navarro already spoke. Jensen Huang spoke. Trump is about to speak. And markets are basically flat from, they're red for the day, but they're flat from the past 20 minutes. Slight recoveries, slight green candles, but nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. Matt says I need to give my first quarter predictions for Palantir. Well, we're going to do that on Palantir Weekly on Friday, right? Yeah. I'm getting my numbers ready as well. Earnings are on Monday. Earnings are on May 5th. Is that Monday? Dude, we're about to enter into the month of May. Isn't that insane? The month of May. That's 5 months into the year, bro. 2025 feels like it's going quick. Yeah, earnings are on Monday. All right, so Palantir Weekly today, Friday. We will see what we can do. Ash Free, thank you for becoming a channel member. Appreciate it, Ash Free. Thank you for being here, and thank you for becoming a channel member. Okay, let's get a little bit more macro data. We'll listen to Karp a little bit later. We're definitely going to listen to him today, but I think we still got some other macro stuff to look at, some macro commentary, and then we'll listen to Karp probably after Trump. So at the end, that'll be better. Do you have the scheduling on Houston yet? No, but I'm going to make the Google form for Houston pretty soon. And I'm thinking the 23rd weekend, because the 30th is Memorial Day, right? So I'm thinking a week before that. So likely that 22nd to 24th time, but that's not confirmed. So I'll give the confirmation soon. All right, cool. So we'll listen to Karp after Trump at the end of the show. So whoever wants to stay for Karp, you can stay at the end. Let's try to get a little bit more macro coverage, and then we'll get Trump and see what he has to say
as well in terms of trying to figure out a forecast.
It wouldn't have been
here.
a negative number.
Right.
It would have been a positive number. I mean, I mentioned spending. Spending was almost 2%.
Yep.
So that's good. Business demand, business equipment purchases were really strong in the number as well. So, probably would have settled. It would have probably been where we had been, around the 2.
Yeah, hey, David, we're at the midpoint of the Google antitrust remedies trial, and Google CEO Sundar Pichai is testifying now with his own attorney leading the questioning after the government rested its case. Now, his testimony this morning started with a series of questions about generative AI, as Google seeks to argue that the court should not inhibit the company's ability to move forward in AI. Pichai said AI is one of the most profound technologies humanity will ever work on, and he repeated a claim that he's made before, that AI will be even more profound than fire or electricity. Now, remember, the judge here has already found that the company is guilty of being a monopolist. So the question here is just how far to go in breaking up the company. And although the evidence in the case was all about Google's conduct in the past, in this punishment phase now, it's all about how Google will be allowed to conduct itself in the future. Today, a source familiar says Google is going to want to focus on several points here. Their goals for the testimony include Google's focus on constant innovation, enormous competition across the Gen I space, Google's investment in building Chrome as a safe and fast browser, and the harm to consumers that Google says will flow from the Department of Justice's proposed remedies here. Now, the Department of Justice has asked the court to force Google to spin off its Chrome browser, to share certain data with its competitors, and to stop paying companies like Apple for search engine defaults. So not clear exactly the timing here of when we'll get a decision from the judge, but obviously this case will be very closely watched in Techland. Guys, back over to you.
Okay, Eamon, thank you.
That's another thing for Meta today. I forgot. They still have this FTC trial that they're dealing with, right? So, I mean, like, that is a headwind, even though I think Meta is going to crush earnings. But, Zucks going to have to pay a pretty big parking ticket, or he's going to have to give investors clarity on the fact that they don't think it's going to be that big of an issue for their business. Sundar kind of brushed it off. I think they're going to have to give them something, and it might be getting rid of Chrome, which might be the easiest way to get through the antitrust stuff. I don't think that hurts Google as much as getting rid of like YouTube or Android or anything like that. But at this point, they've just been resilient in terms of Trump's FTC, Biden's FTC. They want Google to do something. Which to me, again, I mean, like, look, there is an argument that Google's a monopoly in search and ads and all that stuff, but we need our tech companies to win when it comes to AI. And the more they cripple them by trying to get rid of certain parts of their business, like Chrome, which is a big way that people access Google search, that's obviously not the best for Google. Like, a lot of people use Chrome, bro. A lot of people love using Chrome. So it's like, do you guys, who uses something other than Chrome? Like, let's do a poll on that. Who uses, it's Chrome, Safari, and by the way, 60% of you said pump on Meta. So the majority of you bullish on Meta. Okay, so it's Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and then other. I'm curious to see what you guys use. I've used Chrome for like 15 years at this point. 10 year just went red, by the way, so that's good. 10 years starting to go down a little bit. Chrome has 60% of the vote, bro. Wow. Other has 18%. You guys are saying Brave. I use Brave as well, but I use it to like, so when I like log into my mom's Robinhood, right? Like I use Brave because I need a different browser to open up a different Robinhood account. But outside of that, I don't really use Brave. I use Chrome for everything else. Edge? Wait, Microsoft Edge is still around? That's a thing? I thought they shut down Microsoft Edge. I didn't even know that was a thing. Huh. Okay. The majority is still Chrome. Wait, Edge is also Chrome? All right, you guys are confusing me now. Wait, no, Edge is Microsoft, right? Edge, hold on. Edge browser. What is this thing? Yeah, it's Microsoft. No, that's Microsoft. That's a browser for Microsoft. Okay, so Microsoft. Oh, Edge is built on top of Chrome. Okay, that makes more sense. I just, dude, Chrome's been the fastest forever. Like since I was in high school, Chrome has been the fastest. So no, but honestly, it's funny. On my phone, I use Safari. That's actually really funny, right? On my phone, I use the basic Apple browser, but on my desktop, I always use Chrome. I'd never use Chrome on my iPhone ever. Okay, let's do another poll. Let's do another poll. What? So this was the browser for desktop. That's what I was implying. What about browser for phone? Browser for phone. Chrome, Safari. I know a lot of Androids are probably going to use Chrome. Brave or other. Like I don't use a separate downloaded app on my phone. I just use Safari, and I've been using that. Right? I mean, that's why Google paid Apple $20 billion a year to be the default search engine, which they still are, which also is part of their antitrust issues, because everyone searches through Safari on the iPhone. S&P right here, 547. That's down 1.3. Again, it was worse at 2.25, but now it's down 1.3. Weeble's down 4%. Apple's down 1%. SoFi's down 7%. And then Hims right here, down about 8%. Wow, 44% of you on the phone use Chrome. Well, 40% use Safari, though, so it's not that far behind. I don't use DuckDuckGo. I know a lot of you guys, I know they're like the privacy one, but I've never used them. They do get like 1 billion users or visits a month. Google gets like 88 billion. But yeah, I've seen their ads, but I've never used DuckDuckGo. Wow, CEP's up 9.5%. My goodness, dude. Look at that. Cantor Equity Partners getting some love. Getting some love today. Here's a new leak by Robinhood. So someone said they just got an email from Hood on a user survey. And Robinhood says, if Robinhood introduced a paper trading product or feature, how likely would you be to try it? This is why I think Robinhood is a legit tech company, because they are constantly trying to find out new products and solutions they can put out there into the world and experiment with them. Not all of them are going to work. A lot of them will fail, but they're going to keep trying. And the more they keep trying, the better, quality of products they put out there. Here's another chart that I saved yesterday. Take a look at this. Only European investors have been dumping U.S. stocks. The rest of the world, including China, are buying. So this is the flows to foreign domiciled U.S. equity ETFs and mutual funds by region. As you can see, these are in the billions. Europe has been selling aggressively. Very aggressively. China's up, Canada's up, UK's up, Japan is up, and the rest of the world is up. And this is, again, flows to U.S. equities. I think it's actually in the trillions, not in the billions. It doesn't say right here, but I would imagine it's in the trillions. So the Europeans are dumping the States. So, yeah, everyone else is buying. Even China, right? Even China's freaking buying. Here's speaking of China, by the way, Trump's not live yet. As soon as he goes live, I will show you guys. They said 11, but it's probably going to be a little bit later than that. Here's a clip I want to show you guys that I saw yesterday. And it's someone talking about the trade deficit and China and our bonds. And I thought this was a really interesting clip. So let me pull this up right here, because it gave a little bit more clarity in the context of bonds. Let me see if I can find this right here. Yo, thank goodness for YouTube's freaking transcript feature. I can easily find the part I'm looking for if I just search the transcript, and then YouTube immediately gets me to that part. I know that's not like AI or anything, but that's just like, it makes YouTube really good. Okay, so here's a gold and bond and FX expert talking about China and our treasuries. I thought this was really interesting to take a look at.
This is a big deal. Yeah. People are like, oh, the Chinese own all our bonds. They own us. We borrow money from the Chinese. Like, no, dumbass. We trade with the Chinese. They get dollars. They need to put those dollars somewhere. They put them into U.S. treasuries. It's a fucking compliment. It's not a negative. Right. Right. Okay. So nobody understands that. But explain to our audience why that now comes into play. And it's a lot of money.
Right. So foreign investors, both central banks and private investors, own about 30% of the U.S. Treasury market.
Huge.
So about a third of our total market foreigners own. because they buy so much, it pushes down yields, which means it's cheaper for us to get a mortgage. It's cheaper for us to buy a car. We benefit from foreign purchases. They help us. Like, that's important to understand. This
Yes.
isn't evil. It's good. Now, they're not about to turn around and start selling bonds actively in the market, because as soon as we got wind of that, there would be a crisis in the bond market. Everyone would be rushing to sell their bonds. Yields would spike. It would be a
They'd
big
ruin their own investments.
Correct. They would do themselves.
This is something I didn't know about. So everyone who's been saying the Chinese are dumping our bonds, this person's saying, well, that would actually screw the Chinese more than it hurts us. So it's probably like US hedge funds that are selling their bonds because of the unwinding of different trades they were in, especially during April 8th, versus the Chinese or the Japanese.
More
Right.
harm
It
than
would be
good.
self-sabotage.
But most central bank treasury holdings have very short maturities, 5 years or less. A lot of them are 2 years or less. So even if they don't actively sell bonds, because that would also antagonize the White House, they can just let them mature.
And not buy them.
Bingo.
But what are they doing with the money?
Buying gold, buying Australian bonds, Canadian bonds, German bonds.
They have options.
They have options.
Okay.
Land.
So this is an example of where we may be overplaying our hand.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay.
This is going to happen. It's not a crisis. It is a long-term capital drought that is going to reduce the potential gains of the U.S. stock and bond market, which is going to reduce consumer wealth in America. So we are creating conditions to have slower growth for a prolonged period.
I'm going to ask you about corporate earnings, but as a lead into that, by that same logic, does it suppress the multiples that our businesses are worth on the stock market or in the private equity world?
At the margin, sure.
It has
of course,
to, right?
it has to, because I mean, think of the flywheel. If I have a job and I'm confident, I spend. My spending is a company's revenue. They have more revenue. They can hire more and invest more, and you get this beautiful flywheel. The flywheel is now starting to go into reverse.
Okay. You want to do this? Do you want to do this one?
Skip it.
We'll skip it. Okay. Where do you want to go next?
I thought that was a great clip, dude. It was a great clip to understand the nature of bonds, the reason behind countries owning bonds. And this is something I'm getting a bit more obsessed with all the stuff going on with bond yields, like learning. And, and I think most Americans never take the time. Like, I would say 99% of Americans don't know how the bond market works, how we finance our government, including myself. I'm an idiot compared to everyone else in terms of understanding all this stuff, but I'm starting to learn a lot more about it because it's obviously affecting stocks, and now I care about it more, right? So I am going a lot deeper into how do we finance the federal government? How do we pay for stuff? Because it's not just taxes, because we run a deficit. We don't have enough money in taxes. So we need to know, like, when we issue a bond, what does that mean? When a country buys it strategically, geopolitically, when she said, oh, countries don't want to antagonize the White House, that's a great point. Why would Japan, who's been our biggest ally, want to sell our bonds, get our yields to go higher, and then the White House, if they want anything from the United States, Trump would look at them or whoever the president is and be like, well, why'd you sell our bonds, right? Especially when we were giving you freaking 4% interest. Where else were you going to get that? And if you sold our bonds to buy our stocks, that's a different question. But if you're selling our bonds to just like park it somewhere else, that is antagonistic to an extent. So I think there's a lot of arguments there to be able to explain why the bond market matters. And I think all of us as investors need to go deeper into like understanding the reason countries buy bonds and what it means if countries unwind the purchasing of their bonds as well, or let their maturities mature, right? Let their treasuries mature and then not get the same yield that they were getting before. Trump is not live yet, guys. Again, it says 11. You got to get used to the fact that it's never on time. So it's likely going to be 11:15, maybe 11:30. It's going to be a cabinet meeting, though. So you should expect some glazing. If you have some Krispy Kreme donuts, you can eat those while this is happening. And you should expect essentially every cabinet official to explain why everything is going perfectly. I don't know if they're going to talk about anything new in regards to tariffs or anything like that, but usually those cabinet meetings tend to just be all of them giving an update. Elon, by the way, I don't know if he's going to be there because there was a report yesterday saying Elon's not working in DC anymore. Yeah, the New York Post reported that Elon Musk is no longer regularly working from the White House as he prepares to wind down his official role with Doge. He continues advising President Trump remotely ahead of his formal departure at the end of May. So maybe he's still there today and he'll be at the cabinet meeting, but based on this report, it seems like he's getting ready to leave and he might not be there today. By the way, the reason Tesla's down 6%, I'm getting the headline right now. Morgan Stanley put out a note today saying that the Waymo Toyota deal is a major milestone and legit competition, quote unquote, for Tesla. Can I see let me see if I can get that note. Morgan Stanley, Waymo. I'm curious what they said on Waymo. Did Adam Jonas write this? Did Adam Jonas? No, this is not Adam Jonas. I want to see if I can get that note. I would be very curious to see exactly what they say right here. But apparently they're saying, yeah, it's competition for Tesla. It's real competition for Tesla. I mean, dude, Toyota, how many cars does Toyota sell a year? How many cars does Toyota sell a year? 10.8 million vehicles. 10.8 million vehicles getting the Waymo technology. That's not going to happen overnight, but the point is you get a lot of these companies, a lot of these OEMs start working with Waymo. I mean, dude, 250,000 paid rides a week is not a joke. It's just not. And Tesla's doing 0. And that doesn't mean Tesla can't win. And that doesn't mean Tesla's neural nets aren't going to be better than LiDAR, which is like the bull case on FSD and robotaxis. But right now they're really behind. Like objectively, Waymo is kicking their ass at this thing. Now, if you ideologically believe that LiDAR is not the future, then you kind of don't care, right? Because you believe it's going to get thrown out away eventually and Tesla's going to just take the whole market. That's what Kathy believes. That's essentially ARK's valuation model. That's how she gets to 2,500 a share. But if not, then it doesn't seem like Waymo is necessarily slowing down anytime soon. Yes, the cost of Waymos are still aggressive. I agree with that as well. I mean, there's plenty of bear cases to Waymo. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, like, the more partnerships they make, the better they get the broader market to see the vision for what they're doing. And then it's just a question of if Tesla can beat them, because there's a lot of money to be made in that market for whoever controls autonomous driving. Look at Cantor Equity Partners, dude. Why is this up 18%? Bitcoin is down. Like, this thing, I thought it pumps on Bitcoin. Apparently it pumps on whatever the hell it wants to pump on. CEP, goodness, dude. That is incredible. Markets are not really recovering, but S&P is better than it was. It was down 2.5. Now it's down 1.18. TSM again up 0.21, but CEP, that's the winner today. Up 17%. Where is Fartcoin? Let's take a look at that. Also, where's Palantir? How are we doing on Palantir? Palantir, wow. Almost back to 115, baby. Almost back to 115 on Palantir. Fartcoin is up 3%. Dude, I think I'm going to be telling my grandkids about the market of 2025, bro. This is freaking insanity. Like this, like, and the reason I think this is crazier than 2020 is because 2020, everything was pumping because we had low interest rates or 0% interest rates. Now, the things that are pumping, like, you just wouldn't expect to pump for a variety of reasons, but they're pumping. $1 billion market cap on Fartcoin. If there's a major Bitcoin acquisition, it would bring their premium down and command the price would increase on Cantor Equity Partners. Dude, it looks like, I mean, Jack Mahler is going for the MicroStrategy play right here, and I think he's trying to take it to a even higher level. The volume on CEP today is where's what? Through 4 million shares. For a company that's relatively unknown, I mean, 4 million shares is definitely a chunk. What about Nvidia? Palantir's volume today is 43 million. Nvidia's volume today is 75 million. Yeah, you're definitely getting some action right here in the midst of this volatility. SoFi's volume is 36 million. Who's buying more SoFi here? People buying the SoFi dip? Are people buying the SoFi dip or not? Trump is not live yet. I will switch once he goes live. He is not officially live yet. Trust me, Amit, your kids will probably find the market boring. Mine are so tired of dad's financial news. I need to make sure my kids feel that the market is the most exciting thing ever. Because if they get passionate for it, they're going to want to learn about it and invest, hopefully. Like, I don't want to invest for my kids. Like, I will do that, but I want them to be excited about the concept of investing as soon as possible. So hopefully, but when parents tend to do that, like, I want my kids to love debate. I want them to join the debate team. I want them to be interested in investing. And this is going to be a weird one. I want them to learn how to play the piano. Because selfishly, I wanted to be a musician my whole life. And I sucked at, dude, the first day I had to read sheet music, I was incompetent, dude. I cannot read sheet music. For all my musicians in the chat, dude, it was so bad for me. Like, I cannot read sheet music. It's just horrible. Like, it's literally a different language to me. I want my kids to learn how to play the piano. I just feel like it would be so cool if they could play the guitar or the piano. But again, when parents want their kids to do something, their kids tend to go the opposite direction. So it's like a balance of like, how do I get them to care about this stuff without like forcing them? Because then they rebel against you. So we got to see. Alan's buying some more SoFi. Aries buying some SoFi. Jasmine says debating shares or more cash secured puts. What are the premiums today on SoFi? Let's see. Let's see. How bad is it? Maybe we sell some puts on SoFi today. SoFi is down 6%. Today would be the day to sell a put. Remember, when you sell a put, you are agreeing to buy 100 shares at a certain price, and you're getting paid a premium by someone who's buying those shares. And that is using the collateral, which is 100 shares times your strike price, as a vehicle to generate a return on the shares. The $11 put for a month out is paying 32 cents. What return is that? So 32 divided by 1100. That's a 3% return. That's not crazy. I wouldn't hate SoFi at 11. The 1250 or the 12 is paying 64. 64 divided by 1200, 5%. Yeah, I don't think that $12 put for May 30th. I mean, if you like SoFi, you gotta like buying it at 12. And realistically, you're buying it at 11.50 because you're getting 64 cents of premium right here. I think that would be the play. May 30th, $12 on the CSP. MicroStrategy goes green, 383. MicroStrategy goes green. Wow. So a lot of these Bitcoin names getting some momentum. That should be good for Hoodie. Hood still 47.50. Palantir 115. Back to 115 on Palantir. And then Nvidia 106.4 on the day. Where's Netflix? Netflix is almost green. 11.17. Where's Snapchat? Snapchat recovering at all? Snapchat's still bad. Dude, the street, like, I guess the street really hated they didn't give guidance. I guess that's how you explain it. Worst price in 5 years. I guess when you don't give guidance, the street's just not going to respect it. So that one's taking a beating right here. Webull 14, S&P only down 1% now. I mean, that's kind of encouraging. SoFi is only down 6. HIMS is still down badly. It was down 10, but now it's down 7. Grab getting a little bit of green. Getting a little bit of green. If the S&P recovers and goes green for the day, maybe we'll get Trump saying this is his market again. The S&P was down 2.2. Now it's down 1. Where's Rocket Lab? Rocket Lab is down 3 as well, which is better than before. Again, Trump is still not live. Trump is still not live. Did you end up selling HIMS? Yes, I sold HIMS at like $40. What are the Hood puts going for? I don't think the Hood premiums are going to be as good because it's not down that much. But if I was going to sell a Hood put today, I would go to probably May 23rd. I'd look at 42, 164 divided by 4,200. Yeah, I would go 42. I would go 42 May 23rd. You get about 4% of premium. I wouldn't hate buying it at 42. Granted, if they miss on earnings today, it could easily get there, just given how volatile it is. If you want to be a little bit more conservative, you can go to 38. 38 would get you, yeah, 38's not bad. Dude, 38, you're getting 2.5% in freaking 23 days, in 3 weeks. 38, May 23rd, you get 87 cents a share on that $38 put. And 38 is basically the bottom. I mean, the real bottom was like 31, but that was very quick. But that 35 to 38 range is where it was hovering at when like the worst of it was happening with the tariffs back in April. So you'd be getting prices that theoretically you would want to be buying at Anyway, MicroStrategy going green, Nvidia trying to reverse completely, and then Palantir 1% away from going back to 116 and completely reversing as well. Where's GameStop today? GME is 27.55. That's up 1%. Also, QBTS, the D-Wave quantum stock, that's down 5%. There's a short report that came out against them, I think from Carisdale Capital. So this is a quantum play that is now getting a short report right now. I haven't read the short report yet, but I think that's why that's down 5% as well. That Palantir is going to go to 140 after earnings, isn't it? Dude, I think there's a world where that could happen. Obviously, I don't want to expect that because that is a very aggressive move. But like, if they come out with 40% growth, the government growth's at like almost 45%, like, yeah, there's a world where it could happen. But again, you know, it would be a very aggressive multiple. Right now, Palantir is worth more than Salesforce. And that's pretty wild. Granted, a lot of us bought this thing really early. So the intention to sell, you know, if you want to sell, that's fine. Take your profits. But if you want to hold, even if it falls 50% from here, you're still green. And, you know, it's just the process of going long and holding for a longer term than most people. You got to deal with the swings. But could I see it gapping up? Yeah, I could. Like, then again, in this macro, would the market really let them gap up that much? You know, I at 60, I didn't think they would get back to 115 within freaking 3 weeks, less than 3 weeks. But here we are. So I guess the macro is letting certain stocks, you know, get momentum, especially if they're winning when it comes to AI. Nintendo's up 40% this year. Really? I don't even know that. I know the Switch 2 is delayed. Wow, you're right. Look at that. Nintendo, 40.3%. What about the Nikkei? That's the Japanese index. That is up. That's down. Wow. So Nintendo itself going the opposite of the Japanese market. So why is that the case? Why is Nintendo up 40%? Did Mario save the queen or something? Like, what is... That is aggressive, dude. And the Switch 2 is delayed, so that's pretty incredible on Nintendo. Pokemon craze? Is there a new Pokemon game out? Dude, I haven't played those games in so long. It's been so freaking long since I played that. Oh, you're right. It's a princess. It's a princess, not a queen. Mario would be saving the princess. TSM right here, up 0.34. Robinhood 47.70. Grab 48.70. Are the Grab options green today? No, they're red. Yeah, Grab's gonna have to. The option pricing, especially with long dated leaps, it is. If you own long dated leaps, you already know this, but your stock could be up 2% and your options could be down 5% because it's just like it is so far out into the future that the options are always mispriced. Now, that is the benefit of buying long dated leaps. You tend to buy them really cheap, because no one knows what's going to happen to Grab in 2027, which is why the options are cheap. The unpredictability of it increases the volatility, which makes the price cheaper. But if you believe that it'll be higher than what it is today, eventually the option pricing will catch up to the stock. So some days it's up a ton, even if the stock's down, and then some days vice versa. But Grab right here up about 2% on the day. GameStop 27.44, Snapchat down 15, Nvidia down 2, and then Palantir 115.10. Oh, you're saying Switch 2 is no longer delayed and the pre-sales are massive. Okay, well, there you go. Wait, so when is the Switch 2 coming out? Switch 2 release date. Does anyone here play the Switch? June 5th. Oh, wow. Okay, that's soon. Dude, the last Nintendo device I really played was the Nintendo DS. I played Mario Brothers on that like for years, back in like 2007, 2008. But now I don't really play that stuff. Amit, is there anything you may have heavily undervalued or not taken into consideration when calculating the hood earnings? I might have undervalued the crypto volumes on the 3 days of data we don't have. I might be undervaluing the futures and index options ramp up. And I might be undervaluing the amount of margin interest and prediction market volumes that hood was able to put up in Q1. I don't think I'm aggressively undervaluing it, but those would be the 4 metrics that I get wrong in my numbers if I was undervaluing it. Does the Switch 2 have a GPU in it? Does the Switch 2 have a GPU in it? Or does it not need it? Oh, yeah, it does, bro. There's a custom GPU for the Switch 2 from Nvidia, of course. Dude, this press release came out like a month ago. I didn't see this. The Nintendo Switch 2, unveiled April 2nd, takes performance to the next level, powered by a custom NVIDIA processor featuring an NVIDIA GPU with dedicated RT cores and tensor cores. Dude, I did not know that. Wow. So I do have exposure to Nintendo somehow with NVIDIA. With 1,000 engineer year efforts across every element, from system and chip design to a custom GPU, application programming interfaces, and world-class development tools, the Nintendo Switch 2 brings major upgrades. All right, cool. I didn't know that, dude. I know nothing about video game consoles, bro. I had no idea there was a GPU inside of it. Dude, are we reversing? Are we going to go green today? Trump's got to put out, this is my market type of tweet if we go green today. Like, he just has to. Just for the memes. He has to do it. S&P 500 only down 0.9 now. It was down 2.5. CEP continuing to flex its muscles. 27%. My goodness. Again, I wouldn't chase it, but for those that have, it's definitely creating the volatility for day trading that people are attracted to. The Switch 2 was never delayed. Why did I think it was delayed? I guess I saw a headline a while ago that I got wrong. All right, well, Nintendo up 40% on the day, dude. You can't be too mad, or not on the day, sorry, on the year, but can't be too mad at that. What if the market goes green and Biden tweets a thumbs up? Oh my God. That would be hilarious. Oh, we got Dan Ives who has a Waymo take. Hold on, let's pull this up. What does Dan Ives has to say about Waymo? Let's see. Dan Ives says, I disagree that the Waymo Toyota is a groundbreaking deal and a threat to Tesla. Tesla will own the autonomous market in my view, and no one can compete with their scale and scope. It starts in Austin in June, and then the autonomous journey begins. Key chapter of growth. Okay, so you got Dan Ives saying that Waymo Toyota doesn't matter. I don't know, bro. I wouldn't say it doesn't matter. I would definitely say FSD and Waymo and LiDAR are going to compete heavily, but I wouldn't say it doesn't matter. Like, it's a pretty big OEM that wants to work with. Here's the thing I've always been confused about. Can someone help me explain this? Why isn't Tesla licensing FSD to other OEMs? Can someone explain that? Like, wasn't that the goal? Wasn't the goal to have Tesla's FSD inside of all these OEMs? And then these OEMs pay Tesla a crap ton of money to license it? Or is that just not the goal anymore? Are they just like, no, they're just going to do it themselves with the Cybercab and with the Model 3, Model Y? Because I thought that was the point, but it seems like Waymo is doing that now more than anything. They're going to do it when it's ready. Well, if they're launching in Austin, shouldn't it be ready by June, right? They said they're in discussions, but like that's not a, I mean, discussions are discussions. Like, Waymo's actually closing deals, you know? I don't know. It's just, I'm just curious about like I thought that was the point of FSD. They just give it to all the other OEMs and they pay a big licensing fee, and then you have the world be autonomous through Tesla's neural nets. But it feels like they're doing it via Tesla cars, which again, not everyone owns. Again, dude, the bull thesis for me on Tesla is the bots at the end of the day. That's it. FSD is cool. The auto business obviously is not bullish at all anymore. It's the bots. And I just believe so heavily in the bots. And I've already got investments in bot companies that would be the thing. But I'm also not as educated on that. I need to learn a lot more about that robot. I tried reading ARK's valuation model the other day with Steve to understand robotaxis. And like, if they get the cost per mile down to $1, there's a world in which you could get the argument to make sense, but they've got to take a majority of the market as well, which they should be able to do if they get the cost per mile to $1, right? Like, they would be the cheapest option. People would pick robo-taxis over Ubers, Lyfts, etc. So if that is the game plan, then I guess it's just a question of exponentially declining prices, which gets you down to the ability to then scale FSD. But it might take a little bit of time there. Is the S&P pumping? Where are we at? S&P. I mean, dude, it keeps going up. We are getting some nice green candle. Look at that. Look at that V shape, dude. 550 to 541. I think Trump's tweet was the bottom, bro. No, literally. And then we got 549 on the green. That was a bottom tweet, dude. Did you see the new Slate auto truck? Okay, yes, I saw this. So how many of you guys have seen this? Trump is not live yet. I'll switch when he's live. But he's not live yet. But so there's another company that went viral called Slate Auto. And dude, people love this thing. Like, people freaking love their marketing right here. And it's like a new type of car that's like super cheap. Here's the video. This thing got 10 million views, and a lot of people are starting to pre-order it.
Slate. This slate seats 2 and can carry sheets of plywood. This slate seats 5 and can fit tons in the front. It's actually the same slate. This is narrated by me, Jeff. I work at Slate and just happen to have a great voice.
He really does.
That's Chris, our CEO. Chris thinks new cars are too expensive and too complicated.
A Slate cost in the mid-20s. Brand new.
One sec, Chris. Actually, under 20 after current incentives. Go ahead, Chris.
We took out everything that wasn't a car.
That means no fancy screen, colored lighting, cooled seats, self-driving, self-parking, automatic cup holders. Yes, that's a thing.
But you can add accessories like
little screen, big screen, SUV kit, fastback kit, open air kit, one speaker, a bunch of speakers, big bumper, spare tire holder, slatelets, fun grills, even funner lights. Colors, any color. Really, wrap it in any color. And Slate Access Points means you can add an accessory now, later, or even make one yourself.
it's like a potato head. Wait, maybe there's a better analogy.
Actually, there is. Slate is the chameleon of trucks and SUVs. Seriously, just add the SUV kit.
There are 3.
A Slate is not like other cars, or trucks, or SUVs. And Slate is not like other car companies. Slate, we built it, you make it.
So Slate.auto, a new EV company, it seems like people are attracted to it given how cheap it was, or how cheap it will be. The pre-orders are going crazy on this thing. You know, sometimes when a company puts out a commercial and like it either hits or misses, and like sometimes they put out a commercial and everyone's just like, this is so cringe, like Jaguar with their like rainbow car or whatever, everyone's like, this is so cringe. Sometimes it goes the opposite. When a company nails it and the amount of media and coverage they get is crazy because everyone just loves it. This is an example of that when it comes to Slate. They're expecting under $20,000 after federal incentives, and it's a modular, customizable EV. I don't think they care about autonomous driving. I don't think they care about robotaxis. All they care about is what is a cheap EV that people can buy. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And in a world in which, you know, the economy might start to struggle a bit, to pay less than 20 grand for an EV, which you currently can't do, to my understanding right now. Grab, by the way, up about 2% right here. Pretty incredible. And you can reserve it right now for $50, which is another reason why the pre-orders are going crazy. So yeah, there you go. What is Slate? The most radically simple, wildly personalizable, I'm definitely butchering that word, vehicle out there. A Slate is a 2-door electric pickup truck that's thoughtfully designed and engineered to be customized again and again to transform into whatever you need it to be, even an SUV with an expected price of under $20,000 after federal incentives. It is radically affordable. We think it's pretty cool looking too. There you go. Also, their social media team is great, bro. Their social media team is great. Like the way they're responding to people, it's like a Wendy's type of social media team. So they're like really like they know how to interact in the 21st century when it comes to social. And you know, maybe there's a world in which we have another big competitor here. Wow, S&P, we just got a big red candle right there. It was down 0.88, now it's down 1.08. Let me see if there's anything coming in. Let's see. Trump's about to speak. No, I don't think there's any headlines right here. China lifted some sanctions against European Parliament members, and the U.S. wants Ukraine to sign 2 additional documents as well as the minerals deal later this week. It looks like the minerals deal is going to be signed this week. It looks like all signs are pointing to that getting done, which would be also very good for markets as well. It's a Biden market again, dude. Oh my gosh, bro. Oh my gosh. This is wild. Would any of you guys buy a Slate? Would you buy a $20,000 EV Slate? And that ad, dude, 10 million organic views on a video like that, that can get a lot of momentum from a marketing perspective. I did not expect that to go that crazy, but it did. Wow, we got a lot of yeses right here in the chat. Wow. Yeah, there you go. Dude, cheap stuff tends to win, especially in the United States. This is why we buy so much cheap Chinese shit. Like, people love to spend, but we also love to spend if we're getting a good deal. And, you know, I think this is what Tesla wanted to do with the Cybertruck, and it just failed horribly. Like, the Cybertruck is a very expensive, polarizing vehicle, not even because of the politics of Elon, but because of the design. I like the design, but I think a lot of people think it's ugly. This Slate car looks like it looks like a Ford F-150. It looks like a basic pickup truck. It's just an EV. So it's not really that controversial in terms of the design right here. Is it US made? I don't know. I think these are US made. Could be wrong on that. But I'm not fully sure. But it is cheap. Now, granted, if it's not US made, then Trump's tariffs are going to make it probably more expensive. But I think it is US made, right? I think that was one of their biggest pitches. Yeah, made in Indiana, correct. Yeah, it is US made. And the other thing is, again, it's customizable. That's what people really liked about it, right? I have not seen a new company launch launch their business essentially for the first time and do marketing in the way that this company. I mean, companies need to take notes from how they launched. This was incredible. Like, no one heard of these guys 2 days ago, or basically 7 days ago, and then over the weekend they just explode. It's pretty incredible. It's pretty incredible. Trump is not live yet. We are still waiting for him to go live. Let's take a look at this. Here are some numerical in terms of Trump's first 100 days.
Stocks falling right now, though we are off the lows after this morning's rougher GDP read and new PCE inflation data coming in unchanged. Let's get to Steve Leisman with more on overall how the economy's fared under President Trump's first 100 days, Steve, and whether he owns it or whether Biden owns it, as there's been some discussion this morning.
Well, the inflation numbers, Sarah, are the one bright spot in the first 100 days, but the rest of the data are pretty dismal with historic drops in consumer sentiment and downgrades to the forecast. And I would say President Trump owns those downgrades. But forecasts and feelings are not facts. The question is whether the president himself can avoid the fate that economists have penciled in. Among the starkest numbers, the plunge in consumer expectations is the third sharpest 3-month decline in the 50-year history of the Conference Board. The other two, you can see the biggest 3-month fall came just after the 1990 recession began, and the next largest came just before the 2001 recession. So this one ranks pretty historically as a huge drop. Real spending was weak in January and February, but it was strong in March, and that could be because consumers pulled forward spending ahead of tariff price hikes. You had a big jump, for example, in auto purchases. The first 100 days also showed a dramatic decline in the growth outlook. The first quarter had been expected to be around trend at 2.1. It came in this morning minus 0.3 for a lot of reasons we can discuss. A second quarter bounce back, largely which would be the reversal of the import tariff front running. That's forecast to give way to 2 lackluster quarters in the back half of the year. At the same time, jobless claims, they've remained low. March saw strong job growth, perhaps as employers tried to hold on to workers that were so hard to find after the pandemic. That could change in the months ahead because you have all the government layoffs and you have firings that will be linked to the new tariff regime. Well, we keep hearing reports of businesses being frozen, so it looks like any turnaround is going to need a pretty big assist from a change and a clarification in tariff policy that would lead to a rebound in business and consumer sentiment that would get those, what do you call them, animal spirits going again.
Yeah, I mean, on the GDP, I was mentioning earlier, like the trade figure, that 40% surge in imports, big subtraction on GDP. There were all sorts of wacky factors, inventories, stockpiling from businesses on equipment. What do you make of what it tells us about the underlying demand as far as what we can expect next?
So what's expected at the moment is that the consumption numbers and the import numbers flip. Now, we should have a chart on this, Sarah, that looks at all the different contributions to GDP. You can see the negative 4.8%. That was net exports. That's the surge of imports that came in. Some of that ended up in the inventory number, but not all of it. Some of it could be in bonded warehouses where it's not inventories and it's not it's not imports. Fixed investment was pretty good. Spending was okay, and the government was down as well. So what is expected to happen is that spending number is supposed to come down, but the import number will also help a little bit. That's why you have that 1.6% bounce back in the second quarter. And unfortunately, it's not till the third or fourth that we get a real read on the economy.
That's what I thought. I think Q2 might be positive slightly because of the imports. It could also go negative if the trade war continues. But by Q3, we'll know if we're in an actual recession because of like negative GDP growth. But until the trade war clears up, we're not going to know. Now, granted, by Q3 or by Q2, if the trade war is done, then I think Q3 is going to be fine. But we're definitely going to have to sit with some of this negative data right now. Here's another one of my favorite analysts, Evercore's Julian Emanuel. He believes that we are firmly still in a bull market. Here's what he has to say about the markets right now.
Next couple of weeks, we expect to hear something of materiality. But when you think about the stock market, you've literally proverbially climbed the wall of worry off of what we thought was selling capitulation type lows. And in fact, our view is that was actually the end of the bear market. But now you're at the point where stocks, again, we are reminded, we're close to 22 times earnings, and we're waiting for news that will give us greater comfort that we are going to avoid the recession. So we want to be a bit more focused with our buying, really preferring the names and themes that have been the most beaten up during the downturn.
If that was the end of the bear market, then can't you have confidence stepping in here?
Well, again, you've come a long way off of the bottom. And the challenge when volatility is as high as it is right now is if you're buying this price and, you need to have emotional control if, as we expect at some point, absent any material news on the trade front, that you get a potential test of the lower end of the range. But what we want to do is focus on the names on a long-term basis. We call them fallen angels. A lot of them were the bull market leaders of the previous 2 years, got hurt the most. Those names have been de-risked and in our view stand to be the type of names whose drawdown will be minimal if in fact the index retrenches, however, temporarily.
And most of that is the Mag 7. Trump has the live stream up. They're not live yet, but I think probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes, the cabinet meeting will start. Here it is. It's starting. Here we go.
Is the most successful. What was that noise? Well, Bobby's phone was quiet. Strange. That's all right. We've just completed what many consider to be the most successful first 100 days of any administration in the history of our country, and we're just getting started. Things are happening that are amazing. And I would not say it if it weren't fact. In a few short weeks, we've achieved the most secure border in American history by far, 99.9%, which is a number that nobody thought was doable. Biden thought you had to go back to the legislature to get legislation passed in order to create a secure border. You didn't. You just had to have the right president and the right people working it. Congratulations, by the way, and to Tom. For 2 months in a row, we have set the all-time records for the lowest number of illegal border crossings ever recorded. The number of illegal border crossers released into the United States is down 99.999%. That is usually 100%. So I think it's an amazing tribute. And Christy, congratulations, and Tom and everybody else. It's an amazing job, actually. and it was done very quickly. We officially designated Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and we're expelling these monsters from our country rapidly and working with the Department of Justice. Pam, you're doing fantastic. Your people are amazing. We're having some judge problems that everybody's reading. We're having some judges that don't like, killers, murderers being thrown out of the country. So I don't know what their problem is, but we have little difficulty. We won on the basis of a great border and of getting criminals out of our country. That was why we won every swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won everything, every metric. We won by a lot. It was a massive victory, and we won, I think, largely because of this issue. I put this issue as number one issue, and they don't want us to do what we're supposed to do, and I don't think that can be. And I hope the Supreme Court is going to fully understand what's going on. We have to get the criminals out of our country, and that's the basis under which we won the election. Core GDP, and this is, you probably saw some numbers today, and I have to start off by saying that's Biden. That's not Trump, because we came in on January, this is quarterly numbers, and we came in and I was very against everything that Biden was doing in terms of the economy, destroying our country in so many ways, not only at the border was more obvious, but we took over his mess in so many different ways. Core GDP, removing distortions from imports, inventories, and government spending, was up plus 3% when you add it. We had numbers that, despite what we were handed, we turned them around, and we were getting them really turned around. Gross domestic investment was a whopping 22%. Now, that is a number that people are coming in at numbers. For instance, I just walked in, I heard Samsung is now, because of the tariffs, they're going to build massive facilities in the United States. If we didn't do the tariffs, they wouldn't be doing that. So it takes a little while to get those facilities built, but they're coming in with big numbers. They're all coming in with big numbers. We have more money being spent than at any time in the history of our country. We're up to close to $8 trillion, I think I can say. And really, it's going to be a lot higher than that. Those are just the ones that we know about. 8 trillion. I'm not going to say, but I'm not sure if Biden did $1 trillion for 4 years, 1 trillion. But we're at 8 trillion for 2 months, because let's give us a pass on the first month. We were sort of getting a little bit used to things, right? But after 2 months, we have $8 trillion. There's never been a number like that. And that includes chip companies, car companies, every form of manufacturing, high-tech companies. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So $8 trillion. I can talk about gross domestic product, gross domestic investment. I can talk about a lot of things, but to me, the biggest numbers, the kind of numbers that are, and these people are coming in. Our Secretary of Commerce spent the weekend. He went down to Arizona to see what was happening with the biggest chip company in the world. And he said, Howard, you've never seen anything like it. You want to just describe what you saw?
So they're investing $165 billion in 1,100 acres in Arizona, and they're building the highest tech chip manufacturing, semiconductors, and 4,000 employees. American tradecraft, right? Technicians doing every kind of work. The classic foundation of America is building it. They had 14,000 people. They're expecting 40,000 people to build the rest of their plants and to employ 20,000 people for the rest of the time. This is all driven.
You never saw a site like that.
And this is all driven by your tariff policies. No chance this be happening without you.
It's going to be about 40% of the chip market.
The glaze.
From that one section. And this is the biggest chip maker. They have 99% of the market. They come from Taiwan. And unlike the CHIP Act, which was done by Biden, where they hand everybody billions of dollars, the thing they don't need is money. They got plenty of money. What they need is an incentive to come in. And the tariffs, they're building because of the tariffs. Without the tariffs, and I'd like to say they're building because of November 5th, the election, and the tariffs. But I'm going to be a little more blunt. They're building because of the tariffs, and November 5th gave them the tariffs. So it's amazing when you look. And These are not companies that go out and say, well, we're going to build, we have to go get our financing. Let's go. Like we would, in New York, everybody would look, you get a building site, and then you'd look around for money. You'd look around for financing for 6 months. You'd get your financing. You'd build your building. The market would be good. You'd make money. The market would be bad. It wouldn't be so pretty. You'd have to negotiate, blah, blah, blah. This is different. These people have so much money, they don't know what to do. I asked Howard, did they finance it? No, they do it through cash. And they say that site, and they just started, they just announced it like a month ago, and they've already started. He said, I've never seen a site like it so big. So, you're talking about essentially a $50 billion building. Now, if you build a warehouse for $50 million, that's a big warehouse, Scott. But a $50 billion building, that's a lot. They're building the electric, they've become a utility. And I'm giving them the right to become. They're going to build their own electric. They're going to build their own electricity, which they need tremendous amounts of electricity. They're going to build it themselves. Anything they have left over, they'll hook that into the grid. But the grid is old and they're unreliable, and bad things can happen to grids. I said, if you want, you can hook into the grid, but that's a little bit risky. Or you can build your own electricity and become your own utility. And they, I think in all cases, are deciding to do that. So it's very exciting, and we have a lot of things going. We took over on January 20th. These are quarterly reports. We took over on January 20th. The tariffs haven't kicked in yet. I know that, and I don't want this to happen, but I know that China is doing very poorly right now. I just saw some reports coming out, and I don't want that to happen to China. I like the president a lot, President Xi. I don't want it to happen. I was actually saddened to hear it, but they are getting absolutely hammered in China. And, they're sending boats, the biggest boats in the world, carrying cargo like nobody's ever seen before. These are the biggest boats in the world, biggest cargo ships in the world. And they're coming and they're turning around in the Pacific Ocean. They're doing a big U-turn and going back because they don't want the goods, because 145% tariff. But at a certain point, I hope we're going to make a deal with China. We're talking to China, but their factories are closing all over China because we're not taking their product. We don't want their product unless they're going to be fair with us. And that includes intellectual property and other things. There are a lot of things far beyond just buy, sell. So we'll see what happens. But, I was not, because somebody said, well, were you happy? I said, I am not happy. I want China to do well. I want every country to do well. But they have to treat us fairly also. So with that, I think we're going to maybe go around, and we have some letters where the secretaries and people around the table are making statements about how they're doing and what's happening. And I could start with Pete on the left because he's my least controversial person at the table. No, they don't know how good he is. So we'll go around the table and you can hear.
That is a sign of endorsement from Trump defending Hegseth. If you haven't kept up, Secretary of Defense, a lot of controversies with text messages, leaking all this stuff. So that's Trump saying, hey, he's my guy and he's not going to be replaced.
And these are cabinet meetings where they're very open and transparent. And I can guarantee you Biden didn't do this. He didn't do this. Go ahead, Pete.
Well, Mr. President, I think we're controversial because we're over the target. And like so many things, Mr. President, you inherited a demoralized military that couldn't recruit, that was perceived as weak after what happened in Afghanistan and elsewhere because of Joe Biden. And what we have seen since your election and the inauguration has been nothing short of a recruiting renaissance. Decades, it hasn't been decades since we've seen this kind of recruiting in the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Air Force. The men and women of America want to join the United States military led by President Donald Trump.
And the police, by the way.
Absolutely.
And fire. I always mention the fire, but the police and fire, likewise they have waiting lists now. And 6 months ago was a disaster.
Truly historic. We can barely absorb the volume and retention as well. Men and women in the military who don't want to get out now that they have a real commander in chief. We're reinforcing standards. We're going to be fit, not fat in our formations. We're welcome back all the folks who were forced out because of the COVID mandate. We've ripped wokeness out of the military, sir, DEI, trans, and it's Fort Benning and Fort Bragg again at the DOD. We're rebuilding the military, sir. The Golden Dome is well underway. F-47, reassuring allies and deterring enemies. We found nearly $6 billion in Doge savings that we're going to reinvest, including $50 billion from the Biden administration focused on things like climate that have nothing to do with lethality and warfighting. And we will have, as you said, sir, the first $1 trillion budget that we plan to spend wisely on behalf of our warfighters. From day one, sir, we've gotten helped get 100% operational control of the border, come alongside DHS and CBP. We've got 11,000 troops on the border who now, because of the new national defense area, sir, can help detain illegals at the border and hand them over to CBP. It used to be if you saw camouflage on the border, they could hold binoculars, and that's it. Now we can detain and assist, and we're going to get 100% operational control of that border. Our NATO allies know they have to step up. The Houthis in the Middle East are feeling the weight of American power, and we're deterring communist China. So because of your leadership, sir, I believe we're making the military great again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Howard? So I have the pleasure of running the Investment Accelerator, which gets to recruit these companies. And you've never seen anything like the companies committed to building in America. Technology companies have committed over $2.5 trillion to build in America based on your tariffs, right? Sovereign countries, all backing the whole Middle East and all these countries backing their sovereign wealth funds. They all want to invest in America, and they're coming in again, over $3 trillion committed. So just those two topics, you're at $5.5 trillion. And then you've got the whole pharma industry knows it's got to come home because America pays for all the drugs of the world. So the pharmaceuticals have to come home, right? Autos coming home, industrials coming home. So, you know, we've got to train, and your great Secretary of Labor together and Secretary of Education together, we're going to train the workforce to build America. It's unbelievable. We've got so much, as I travel around, the attention on the Trump Gold Card. I mean, it makes me very popular. Last night, I was out to dinner, and someone came up and said, can I buy 10? And how do I buy 10? And I'm like, that's pretty good. It's $50 million for dinner. So, you know, I was paying for my dinner. The External Revenue Service, right? You've got the tariffs and the hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars coming in to build the External Revenue Service. That our objective, of course, is to replace the Internal Revenue Service and let those outside countries trading with us, let them pay their fair share to America. And then, of course, you got rid of de minimis. And what happened is these foreign countries were sending in little packages for free and knocking out our mom and pop businesses across America. You put an end to it, and you're going to rebuild the mom and pop and the small business of America. You're their president, and I'm proud to support you. It's very important. De minimis. It's a big deal. It's a big scam going on against our country, against really small businesses, and we put an end to it.
Mr. President, so CAFE standards, we have the fuel economy standards on vehicles that are going to go to 50 miles per gallon. We are going to rewrite those standards, bring it down to something that's far more reasonable. Elon's fine with that, I hope. But it's going to drive down. It's going to drive down the price of a car in America, making cars more affordable for families. Also, Biden had the social cost of credit when we build infrastructure, roads, and bridges, adding 3 to 5% on infrastructure costs. We've gotten rid of the social cost of carbon, driving down the cost to build roads and bridges across the country. We have what is called follow the law. So we have so many states and municipalities that don't follow the law. So whether it's DEI, discriminating against Americans, whether they give illegals driver's license, or their sanctuary cities or states, if you don't follow the law, if you're giving license to illegals, if you're having DEI policies, we're not going to fund your projects. So you got to certify in your state or in your city to get road and bridge money or rail money that you're actually following the law, which includes the executive orders from you, Mr. President. We're cutting back funding. We send research money, Mr. President, to universities to do research on more equitable and sustainable transportation systems. Projects that'll use data and public opinion to inform policy and infrastructure and technology benefiting diverse communities, including women and gender nonconforming people. Just stupid wastes of money. We're pulling that money back from universities. We should do good research if we're doing research in universities. And then one last thing, air traffic control. We don't have enough air traffic controllers, about 3,000 short. We're working on an agreement with the union. So when controllers become retirement eligible, we're going to cut a deal to try to get them to stay longer, stay in the tower. And then we have a plan to put more butts in seats in Oklahoma City, so we can get more students through the academy and into towers as well. It's going to take us a while to do that, to train them up, but we're in the process before our 4 years are done. Well, before that, we're going to be at full capacity.
Sean, you want to tell them about, I think we have to bring it up. We have very obsolete equipment for air traffic controllers. The equipment, the towers have horrible equipment. It's been renovated for years. The money they spent over the last 4 years, this Buttigieg did a horrible job. They wasted billions and billions of dollars hooking up wire equipment to non-wire equipment to satellite equipment. And a third grade student would know it doesn't work. You can't work. They wasted tens of billions of dollars. But we want to put a brand new air traffic control system in, and you might want to describe that, please.
You and I have talked about this. It's a state-of-the-art system, envy of the world. And listen, our system is safe, but you would have hoped someone would have seen that there's a problem with fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters coming in at DCA. Someone should have seen that before we lost almost 70 lives. It's our job to look and see that we have an aging infrastructure around air traffic control. And so if we don't build a brand new system, there's going to be failures and people will lose their lives. And so we need the help of Congress to help fund this, but it's going to be all brand new. And after you build a brand new system, we have the bedrock and the foundation to actually build on top of it. But no one has done this, Mr. President. There's Band-Aid fixes that have happened over the course of 20 years. You can't have a Band-Aid fix. It doesn't get done. It has to be brand new. The technology, it looks like it's out of a 1980s movie. Old computers, floppy disks. We're using copper wires, not fiber. So there are great solutions we have available. That, and by the way, everyone's sick of their delayed flights or their canceled flights. We have more capacity in the airspace, and if we build this brand new system, what you'll have is more efficiency in the airspace, and it will be safer. So the economy will be stronger. We can have more flights and less delays. So I appreciate your support on that, Mr. President.
Rebuilding that is very important. You wouldn't have had the helicopter crashing into the plane at 400 feet up when it's supposed to be 200 feet. That would have, bells and whistles would have been gone over, and you would have heard the screaming equipment saying there's a problem coming up in 15 seconds. You got to do something about it right now. And it would have also sent the word right into the helicopter, because I guess you'll be doing the full report on that. But it was pretty obvious what happened. And there was supposed to be at 200 feet. There were 400 feet, and a terrible thing. And that wouldn't have happened if we had the right equipment. If we had the right equipment, you would have heard bells and whistles going off, and it would have alerted long before that would have happened. 2 minutes before, it would have had a lot of time. So we have to do this. We have no choice, and we're going to do it. We're going to be very proud of it. They did old equipment in new equipment, and you can't hook in old equipment to new equipment because it's different. Some is satellite and some is ground. The satellite doesn't work. This man would know that better than anybody, but you can't hook up a satellite system to a ground wired system. And if you do, you're wasting a lot of money. They spend billions. This is Buttigieg. They spent billions and billions of dollars trying to patch a system together. They had hundreds of different contractors, and the contractors were all fighting with each other. We're going to have one great big contractor, like the great big beautiful bill, which is going along very well. I guess I like great big beautiful, but we're going to have one great big beautiful contractor, whether it's maybe Raytheon, maybe IBM, maybe it could be any one of 4 or 5 different groups, but you put one in charge. They're very big, very powerful monetarily, and they give you a guarantee, and they hook up everything. They do every single thing. So they're responsible for the digging of the ditches and the fiber and every single element. And it's one system that's hooked in. It's not all these hodgepodge systems that don't work together. And it's just a shame. I mean, it's basic construction, but it's complex stuff. And there are a few companies that do it unbelievably well, and we're going to have that. So good job, Sean. I know that's your That's your big project.
And Mr. President, no one has done it because it is complex. It's hard to do because as you're building a brand new system, you have planes taking off and landing, and so because it's complex, no one has done it, and you've given the directive and the support to make this happen. So
Well,
thank
ours is going to be an all new system. It's going to all hook up. It's going to be the same tower is going to have the same equipment, and all towers all over the country, all over the world, actually, mostly are going to be hooked in together. And when there's a problem, when planes are too close, you will hear a sound that's very ear shattering. And I've heard it, and it's amazing. I mean, honestly, it's amazing. It's real genius stuff. And we didn't do that. What we did was just waste money. You could have just thrown it right out the window. What they did in this last 4 years was disgraceful. Whether it was the border or this, you can name 100 different things. The worst administration ever. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Secretary.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. And I think one of the things that I want people to understand about the VA is we're part of the national security interests you have, and you've laid the groundwork for that. It's leadership and making sure that with the Secretary of Defense and myself, we take care of veterans on two ends, one when they come in and one when they serve and they've earned the benefits that we have. And one of the things is that if we're not doing our job on our end, then the recruitment and all goes down on the other end because we have a full spectrum. That's what leadership is about. What we found, speaking in the last 4 years, is we found an administration that wanted to throw money and people at problems, but they didn't want to put leadership in. They just put money and people at it, and we saw wait time stay the same. We saw issues of suicide rates, death by suicide, not change. We saw a homelessness issue barely go down. We saw disability claims skyrocket when you took place over 250,000 back dislodge, which we're already bringing down almost 40,000 so far just in the last couple of months. But we've also put back what you, and I was in Congress when this happened, and I was glad to see it. The Mission Act is back front and center at the VA. We're actually doing community care. We're actually giving the veteran the choice that they've earned and they deserve, whether they can get their VA care inside our facilities or in the community. It's their choice. It's VA care. We're going to give them the highest quality care wherever they want to go. Also, we're expanding out options for treatments and others for those that are new. We're experimenting and looking at new counseling ideas, on new drug techniques that we can help with PTSD, TBI, the things that are affecting our veterans right now. But also, we've taken the leadership to take people and bring them back into work where they're actually communicating. They're back in our offices. We put thousands of people back in. We're processing more claims daily than we were in the last little bit, hit 1 million before has ever happened, and we're actually bringing it down. I've actually taken our deputy secretary, and he is actually having a strike force now to bring down that disability claim, plus our regular work that we're having done. We've also taken almost $300+ million and taken it out of contracts that we've all heard about so far. We were doing contracts for meeting notes and PowerPoints. And if our folks didn't know how to do meeting notes and PowerPoints, go online and learn yourself. We're not going to pay for it anymore. And we took $360 million to put it back into community care and also our health records management system that we have. We've opened 6 new facilities just in the last little bit so all the media who wants to talk about how we're hurting healthcare, we just opened 6 new facilities. By the way, thank you. You're welcome. As we go from that, we continue. We've also took $11.6 billion in ceiling values of contracts and terminated that we did not need, resulting in significant cost avoidance for the future, but also still maintaining the ability to take care of our patients and also our disability benefits. We've also gotten unity again. We did away with $14 million in DEI spending. We've ended gender dysphoria treatments. We phased that out. All directed the savings from that go to paralyzed veterans and amputees. We've also continued to work toward, as you've in anti-Semitism and also anti-Christian bias that we saw. The biggest thing, though, Mr. President, I want to state is you told me when you said for me to take this job, you said take care of my veterans. Well, we've done something in taking that step forward. The veteran is back first at the VA. The VA is not about itself anymore. We're not a self-feeding animal. It's about a service organization that takes care of one of the best we have, and that's our veterans. And that way, Mr. President, we're just getting started.
Okay, Doug, how are you doing with the suicide rates?
We're getting it's tough, Mr. President. That's something that we're looking at. This is something that we've had $588 million has been spent over the last 4 or 5 years to be prevention, and yet the numbers stayed at 17 or 21, wherever you want to have it. We're now opening that back up, taking in nonprofits. We're bringing in others who have things that are actually looking at. I worked with Secretary Kennedy and others on the idea of we're opening up the possibility of psychedelic treatment and others that give us an opportunity. We got to research it, make sure it's good, but it's opening up that possibility. And I think, again, veterans are understanding now that we're putting them first. When I go to these hospitals, they're actually coming up saying, thanks. We're back in where we need to be. And we're seeing a workforce develop. So suicide is going to come down. It's also going to take some transition stuff that your Secretary of Defense has been very helpful on. We've got to transfer them out of the military so they come to us better, but we're working on that.
Good. Very good. So, thank you. Jameson?
Mr. President, it may come as a surprise, but this has been the busiest 100 days in the history of the.
By the way, in history, you know, this is the biggest deal ever done. If you sold IBM, ExxonMobil, and 5 other companies together, it's peanuts compared to what we're doing. This is the biggest deal ever done financially in the history of the world. And I think we're doing great. You're going to see some big, big results. Go ahead.
And I'll just say something that Secretary Duffy said in his context, because it's complex, no one has done it. So this is something, a reordering of global trade that hasn't happened since the end of World War II. And it's long overdue because we've seen manufacturing offshore under the old global trading system with the net result of the global trading system that all the manufacturing goes to Asia and other places. That's a system you have to replace. Right. That's what you're doing. They said you wouldn't be able to do global tariffs. We did it. They said everyone would retaliate. No one retaliated outside of China. They said no one would come to negotiate. We're talking to dozens of countries. They said no one would have offers. We have dozens of written offers. We have lots of countries in this week. This is like a break for me to come.
You have the list you showed me with all the countries that want to negotiate.
Sure.
They all want to negotiate. They want to make a deal.
Don't zoom in on this. Yeah, this is like a tracker, right? We have all these columns of which countries have come in, when we started negotiations, who gave us an offer, are we in technical talks, and when do we expect to have deals done? Those are some weeks out, but we're working very quickly on this.
Thank you. Thank you, Jameson. You're going to have a lot of fun for the next 3 weeks.
Fun. It will be fun.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, the world experienced a total lack of zero leadership under Biden, and then we've had 100 days of your leadership with respect, with strength, starting with there'll be all hell to pay if you don't let our people go. Dozens, over 40 Americans have come home under your leadership. Far more terrorists are no longer threatening the homeland under your leadership, pulling all of these agencies together, including the evil individual responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing, and to sit with the 13 Gold Star families, and you showing that follow-up and that justice has been incredible. But pulling this great team together, Mr. President, everything from revitalizing shipyards to cyber to space, that takes this entire team working together. It's an honor to serve you in this administration, and I think the world is far better, far safer for it. Amen.
Thank you very much. The Abbey Gate is really important. This was a horrible thing. Destroyed the image, frankly, of the Biden administration. What happened there was a disgrace. It should have never happened. And Pam is working very much on prosecuting that person. We have the person, and he'll do well. I have no doubt about it. Thank you very much, Michael. So the CIA, I don't know, Ratcliffe, I don't know if he's going to say anything. He's probably the one person here that's not allowed to talk about the great job he's done, but go ahead. Anyway.
Mr. President, as you know, at your direction, the CIA has deployed our unique covert action authorities in various places and continents to successfully advance your national security and foreign policy priorities, to advance peace, to end wars, to take terrorists off the battlefield, and to keep illicit drugs from coming into this country and harming Americans. Unfortunately, as much as I would love to detail your accomplishments in that regard, we can't do so in front of this crowd. But you and I both know, Mr. President, that you have had a profound positive impact on America's national security posture, and Americans are safer because of your leadership. What I can talk about publicly is, as has been mentioned, the CIA provided the intelligence that led to the apprehension of the Abbey Gate bomber, who is now being prosecuted by our great Attorney General and providing a measure of justice to those 13 families that suffered as a result of that disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. during the last administration. In addition, at your direction, Mr. President, the CIA has negotiated and secured the release of Americans like Mark Fogel and Ksenia Carolina, who have been wrongfully detained, sending the message that you will forget about no Americans that are being held in other places unfairly and unjustly. And finally, Mr. President, the CIA is being restructured at your direction to focus on our core mission and to eliminate the well-documented politicization that has taken place in the intelligence community from bad actors in the past, to focus on our core mission and to make America safe again. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. President.
Good job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Russell?
We're obviously involved in a number of budget bills that are moving, trying to make sure all of your priorities are reflected in the reconciliation, working on our upcoming budget. Wonderful job by the entire cabinet on that front. Details soon on that front. Sending up precision bills to Congress for things that Elon has found. But the regulatory aspect is something we don't talk about enough. And right now you've given us a goal of 10 for 1. We are working right now with all of the agencies to rack up how big of a deregulatory agenda that we can have. When you came into office, you basically stopped $200 billion in costs to American families just by stopping the Biden regulatory agenda. That's about $2,000 per family. We think when we're going to hit these 10 for 1 goals that we could be in the neighborhood of about $900 billion in savings to American families that would be substantially bigger than that $2,000 number. And the point that I would make, in addition to just savings cheaper to the American people, there's an aspect of wisdom when you're enforcing these rules that comes into play. And I'm your regulator for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and we found this small mortgage lender in Chicago. His name is Barry Sterner. He had a firm called Townstone, and CFPB had gone after him because he complained about crime in Chicago, literally the same thing that the Democrat mayor had talked about. And they came after him for 7 years on a redlining disparate impact claim and ruined his life. We overturned that. We apologized on your behalf to that individual, and we basically, without having to go through notice and comment, we ended the policy that set that in motion. And so that's happening across these agencies with how they are using their enforcement discretion, and it will only continue based on the stonewall of backing that you've given us to make these hard calls. I don't think they're actually that hard, but no one's done it to this point, and we were able to go forward and do that because of the backing that you've given us.
So maybe the biggest thing we're working on, maybe bigger than tariffs in a certain sense, is we call it the One Big Beautiful Bill. And that's wielding its way right now through the Senate. And John Thune has been actually amazing. And the speaker has been so great, Congress. Mike Johnson has been really two guys that they get along great. And it's just been a beautiful, unified attack, really, because we have to attack because the Democrats are trying to stop it at every turn. It would mean a 58% tax hike if they were successful, and lots of other bad things beyond the tax hike. But with us, it'll be the biggest tax cut in American history. How are we doing with the bill?
We're doing great. We're day in, day out, hour by hour negotiations to make sure your stuff is in there, and to make sure we have the border resources, the defense resources, and to save the American people some tax money and make sure all those tax cuts that you ran on are in there that help get people back into the workforce. And I think we're making a ton of progress.
I think we're doing well. Like I said, the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And it would be the biggest tax increase if the Democrats are successful. They're the only people I've ever seen running for office where they want to increase taxes, but this would be a 58, maybe a 60% tax increase, unsustainable for the American people. Thank you very much. Great job. Susie, the most powerful woman in the world, they say. I agree with that. I agree.
I'll be brief so you can hear from these amazing people. Congratulations to everyone on 100 days. That's been it's unparalleled in my memory and best I can tell ever. But it hasn't been busy for busy's sake. The president's promises made to the American people have been kept time and time and time again. You all have been out there. spreading the word with community groups and states and media. It hasn't gone unnoticed, and let's work hard for the next 100 and have equally as much success then. Thank you.
And you've done a great job, Susan.
Yeah.
I think everybody agrees, right?
Yeah.
Do we have anybody that disagrees, please? In front of the media. In front of the media. Please raise your hand if you have the courage to do so. Anyway, go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Thank you. And you made it very clear that you wanted to put America first. And also from day one, you wanted to make housing affordable again, because we do have a housing affordability crisis in our country. And so at HUD, we've been cutting all the red tape and bureaucracy as it pertains to housing affordability and unleashing creativity of our builders and developers around our country and restoring local control. We took down the affirmatively furthering fair housing rule, as you know, which was a zoning tax from Washington. So no longer will Washington be picking winners and losers, but localities and elected officials in different states and cities will have that flexibility. Also, you alluded to securing the border, and such a great job has been done with all of our partners at the table. And at HUD, we want to make sure that the resources that we have now, which is American taxpayer dollars, in the Biden administration, they prioritize illegal aliens over the American people. And so we signed an MOU with Secretary Noem at DHS to make sure that HUD-funded housing only goes to American citizens and no longer will it go to illegal aliens coming across our border. We have about 9 million people living in subsidized housing in our country. 59% of illegal alien families use some sort of welfare program, costing us $42 billion a year. And so we have prioritized American and American people only to live in HUD-funded housing. And also to make housing affordable, we also signed a partnership with Secretary Burgum at DOI to use underutilized federal lands, as you campaigned on and promised to identify those lands to build affordable housing in our country so that people can realize the American dream. We also restored biological truth, as you did in sports. We have the equal access rule at HUD, which we took that rule down to ensure that at women shelters, that those that enter those shelters would be of the same sex, and that we will protect the ladies of our country. No longer will those that identify as women but are not women be able to enter our shelter, so that we can protect the ladies that we serve. Along with our DOGE task force, we identified over $2 billion in savings. At HUD, $260 million at HUD was just in contracts, $4 million with DEI. And so we took those contracts down and de-obligated and sent back $1.9 billion back to the Treasury for the American people. Again, we want to be good stewards over the American taxpayer dollars. And so, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership in this. And we have a tremendous team at HUD, and I'm so grateful to be part of this team around this table to take care of the American people. And I consider it a great honor and humble to do so.
Good job.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Brooke?
Well, I'm not sure if anyone's heard, but the price of eggs is down. I know it's news. Listen, sir, today on, as we celebrate the 100th day, I think that it's just such a joy and an honor to continue to do this work. So thank you for that. We have been obviously very focused on the cost of groceries, specifically eggs led the way, as you have so eloquently discussed over the last few months. And we're holding tight on a very significant decrease, which is great, and investing where we need to there. As I mentioned before the press came in, we have had a massive issue with Mexico on water, getting water to our farmers along the border for decades. When I worked in Texas 25 years ago, we were fighting with the Mexican government over the water then. You got involved about 2 weeks ago. That evening, I started conversations, and as of just a few days ago, thanks to Secretary Rubio's great deputy secretary and I have been negotiating, and we hit the best deal, I believe, in history on behalf of our farmers, and thanks to your leadership and your strength on that. And that's a really big deal long term for those farmers. On the energy side, I know we've got Secretary Burgum and his partner, Secretary Wright, but we often forget that agriculture has a major piece of the energy dominance agenda, not just timber, not just minerals, but biofuels. So we continue to support that great leadership coming from those agencies and doing hopefully our part as well. And they've been incredible in that. Our farmers have been hurting. Under the Joe Biden administration, there was a 30% increase in the cost of input, so the cost of doing business for these farmers over those 4 years. When we left the White House the first time 4 years ago, we had a $0 trade deficit with our agriculture products. After 4 years of Biden, that hit $50 billion because they just didn't make an effort. And so obviously that's $50 billion less dollars at a time of very thin profitability for our agriculture community. So the Congress passed because the last administration didn't get a farm bill done either. The farmers were hurting there. So Congress stepped in. I say all that and basically said $10 billion to move out. USDA, fastest in history, that money went out to those farmers that couldn't make plant their crops. And so I'm really proud of that. And you'll hear a lot of that from the farmers today, that this USDA is moving more quickly than any ever before. And we're not organizing money based on the color of skin and other ways, which was how the last administration was moving out. We've canceled $6 billion in contracts thanks to our great friend Elon Musk and his Doge team. A lot of those were DEI, gender, studying transgender mice. Who knew that the racism and pest management, we've canceled all of it. We're going through a major restructuring. USDA is one of the biggest agencies. It's sort of a catch-all. And we're really downsizing and aligning around putting farmers first, which is really important. A big part of USDA though is food stamps. It is perhaps one of the largest, if not the largest, welfare program, and it's a supplemental nutrition program. Secretary Kennedy and I have been working very closely. We were in Texas yesterday talking about nutrition and agriculture. You can't make America healthy again without your farmers and your ranchers as your partner. So ensuring that our food stamp program and those at the bottom end of the socioeconomic ladder really have access to nutritious foods as we're facing an obesity crisis and a chronic disease crisis, which I'm sure Secretary Kennedy will touch on. And the final thing I'll say is this morning, Secretary Noem and I together, and I brought a picture because I think this is important and it goes to why we're here. This is a South Dakota ranching family named the Mods. They are a fifth generation ranching family. Charles Mod, in his 30s, bought the ranch from his granddad, I'm going to show the press, when he was 17 years old. Those beautiful children, Lyle and Kennedy, his wife Heather. Under the Biden administration, they had, of their several 100-acre operation, they used about 20 acres. It had a fence that had been there since 1910 when their family took over the ranching operation. There had never been really any problem that had been brought to their attention. Perhaps there was a minor dispute over, again, 20 acres. This family was indicted, prosecuted, threatened with jail time, told to find guardians for their children over a fence line dispute that the Biden DOJ pushed forward. So this morning, on the steps of the U.S. Department of Agriculture with Secretary Noem, who was their governor as the governor of South Dakota, which is where these great people are from, all criminal charges were dropped, and really appreciate the Department of Justice. It was a really big day as we sent the signal that the over-criminalization and using government, and you know this better than anyone because you were in the crosshairs for so long, that those days are over and the regulation through prosecution is no more. And so this family is one of many that we'll now be talking to ensure that never happens again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. Please, Scott.
Sir, it's been a momentous 100 days with you at the helm, and I view this 100 days as setting the table for peace deals, trade deals, tax deals. So the next 100 days will be harvesting. You've created negotiating leverage and leadership that are going to yield remarkable results. Energy costs have plummeted, mortgage rates are down, food costs are moving lower, and American families are finding their financial footing again. I had a group in today. America, under your leadership, is on the verge of becoming an AI superpower, that our economy had become barbelled. We had high tech and finance on one side, natural resources led by energy, which the previous administration tried to kill in the other, and you're filling in between with precision manufacturing that we're going to be bringing back through good trade policies, good tax policies. Under the Doge at Treasury and the IRS, cost, tech support, and efficiency have increased. We have the IRS revenues are up, and thanks to the young man sent over by Doge, the IT update that began in 1990, which was begun before he was born, is going to be finished during your term. So trade, couldn't make it up, trade, taxes, and deregulation, the one big beautiful bill under your leadership. Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune have done a great job, but they have you as a closer on many of their members. And I'll just close by saying economic security is national security. National security is economic security, and it's never been better. We're rebuilding it. And as I said last week at the IMF and World Bank conferences, America first does not mean America alone. Under President Trump, it means leadership.
Yeah. Well said.
Thank you. Are you busy enough? He's doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you. And thanks to the cabinet. So at the risk of insulting everybody else at the table, I believe that I'm the youngest member sitting at the table. And, it occurred to me that from the time that I was born to the time that Donald J. Trump was inaugurated just a few months ago, we went from, again, 40 years, we went from the world's manufacturing superpower to one in which we depend on the People's Republic of China to make the things that we need. We went from the proudest military in the world to one in which we failed to meet our recruiting goals. And we went from one in which bipartisan border policy was the consensus of both Democrats and Republicans to one in which we allowed 20 million people to run roughshod illegally over the countryside, causing crime, causing a stress in the welfare system. And again, that happened over the lifetime of the youngest member of the cabinet. And what has happened in 100 days is that we've started to reverse every single one of those negative trends. And I think what it shows to me is that the president, and you sit in the Oval Office and you see these portraits of presidents past. And let's be honest, most of them have been placeholders. They've been people who have allowed their staff to sign executive orders with an auto pen instead of men of action. And the reason the media attacks this administration as chaotic is because the president is solving the problems the American people set about to solve. He's actually doing the things that he promised that he would do. And Mr. President, it's been an honor to be part of it for the past 100 days. And let me just make one other observation, because it's interesting. I've seen the data, I've monitored it, I've looked at it, but the most underreported fact of the first 100 days is that we came in with a massive recruitment shortfall. And in 100 days of Secretary Hegseth and President Trump's leadership, we now have people breaking down the doors to join our military. To the media assembled here, it's a really interesting question. Why has that happened? Completely aside from the fact that I think it's a good thing, or I think that President Trump deserves political credit for it, why did we go from a military where people didn't want to serve to now all of a sudden they do want to serve? That's a story you guys should cover. But compared to that, how much time have you instead focused on the fact that we deported an MS-13 gang member with a valid deportation order? And why is it that the press is so focused on the fake BS rather than what's really going on in the country? I think that what we've shown, sir, is that you can do a lot. You can do a lot in 100 days, but you've also unfortunately revealed that too much of the American media hasn't learned the lessons of the past 40 years. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Ben?
President, your first 100 days has far exceeded that of any other presidency in this country, ever, ever. Never seen anything like it. Thank you. Your directive to me was very simple: make America safe. And despite that, we've still been defending over 200 civil lawsuits filed against you, on top of everything else. I think I'm representing every one of you in this room in some capacity. And no, you will not be arrested by the U.S. Marshals. Over 200 lawsuits, over 50 injunctions. And now we've got multiple cases in front of the Supreme Court, and we will succeed. And we are doing great in front of the Supreme Court, President, and we'll continue on with that. I was at DEA yesterday, and they said to me, you, Donald Trump, have taken the handcuffs off of DEA agents. And as a result of, since you have been in office, President Trump, your DOJ agencies have seized more than 22 million fentanyl pills, 3,400 kilos of fentanyl since you've been your last 100 days, which saved, are you ready for this, media? 258 million lives. Kids are dying every day because they're taking this junk laced with something else. They don't know what they're taking. They think they're buying a Tylenol or an Adderall and a Xanax, and it's laced with fentanyl, and they're dropping dead. And no longer because of you, what you've done. ATF, since you've been in office, President, along with DOJ agencies, seized 14,500 guns off the streets. Why aren't people reporting that? 651,000 rounds of ammo. That's up 151% from 2024. That's keeping America safe. We've rescinded death penalty. We are now seeking the death penalty on cases. I'm signing death warrants. We are going after terrorism. We are going after arsonists. Whether you're burning Teslas, we will see. We've arrested 9 people so far in 7 jurisdictions. No negotiations, 20 years in prison. Or you're burning down the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania. We will be there to protect you. And I've been talking to Governor Shapiro, and he greatly appreciated you reaching out as well. ISIS terrorist, we got one in New York, right around the corner. We got an ISIS terrorist in New York. We have an October 7th task force. We just broke up a huge human trafficking ring by the Sinaloa cartel. 1,000 pounds of methamphetamine on our streets. Ton of fentanyl, 20,000 Molly pills. Those are the drug of choice among at clubs and bars for young kids. They were fake, but you know what they had in them? Fentanyl. That's 20,000 lives saved because of you right there. We brought back 29 cartel members from Mexico at your direction, and one killed the Kiki Camareno, a DEA agent in 1985. And many of us got to talk to his widow and his son, who is now a judge. And they started crying. They have tried to get that guy back forever. And thanks to so many of you in this room working together, they have justice. They were crying on the phone because of what you did, President Trump. Thank you. We're going after anti-Semitism. We're unleashing everything you told us. No more DEI, no more weaponization. We have rescinded, as I said, 200 policies. And I could go on all day long, but we are doing everything in our power to keep America safe at your direction.
Thank you.
Thank you, President.
You're really doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's go.
Nice to see you, Mr. President. Well, first of all, I think what you've heard amongst this team is the leadership, because it's given us the latitude really to collaborate amongst each other, not only in this room, as Jameson mentioned, we kind of get a break for a couple of hours here, but we stay in contact actually every other day that we're working for you. And I think what that says is, I was speaking to, for instance, the Farm Bureau of Texas yesterday. I'm not the ag secretary, but it matters to the workforce. I'm working with the other secretaries, Letnick and McMahon, on education and the workforce investments that you've asked me to do. Because as you've come in and negotiated these great repatriation of these companies and the investments, we're going to need that workforce to build back this economy. And I couldn't see that more as I've kicked off my 50-state tour. We've been in 5 states so far. We'll finish all 50 states by the end of the year. And what we're talking to is the American workforce and these companies about what the market demand is. That's the difference, that we finally have made that connection. What do they need? How quick do they need it? And how fast can I get these either apprenticeships toward that million that we've put that lofty goal? We've already added 80,000 new apprenticeships already just since January. So at the Department of Labor, that tour is kicked off, and I couldn't be more honored to be on the ground and see my colleagues that we're passing in the skies, but we're on the ground together because we're all collaborating together. One of the things that we're talking about, illegal immigration, I have put states on notice. I warned all 50 governors that if they continue to reward illegal immigration by treating unemployment benefits as a handout, they're going to lose their federal funding as well. We can no longer continue to give unemployment insurance to illegal immigrants. And so I've let those governors, and I sent out that letter last week. We also eliminated discriminatory DEI offices within the department, specifically the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs. Most of our federal contracts were really just to focus on DEI enforcement. We were really punishing a lot of these companies. If they weren't complying, they weren't going to have a federal contract. We've let go of that program completely. $4.4 billion in unspent COVID funds came back to the Treasury from the CARES Act. Billions were collecting dust in these coffers, in the state coffers. We've asked for that money back to return to the Department of Treasury. We saved $250 million by canceling America Last, is what I call it, foreign handouts, including funding for things like transparency and accountability for Uzbekistan cotton industry. It doesn't make sense that we're funding, these foreign, and thank you to DOJ and to the government efficiency, what we have found with the fraud that we're seeing.
I mean, some of these things are so ridiculous, you can't believe it.
No, I write them down and I read them more than once.
Cotton
Like, this can't be
farmers?
true. Yeah, it doesn't
It
make
sounds like
sense.
a comedy sketch.
That's right. And so again, with the executive order preparing Americans for high-paying skilled trade jobs of the future, that's our goal. The trades is where we're being focused, but all companies, we want to make sure we're on hand for that. And what I want to say is thank you to government efficiency, because you asked us when this transitions out, will our departments and our agencies continue that government efficiency? And I think that we've surpassed that in the Department of Labor. Out of our 14,000 federal employees, 3,000 have taken the DRP, and we offered it again. So over 21% have taken that offer. And we'll keep our critical workforce, MSHA, OSHA, and wage and hour, and make sure our workers stay safe. So with your leadership, Mr. President, I couldn't be more honored to serve. I know we were probably the last to know each other, but we're getting to know each other well. And the team that you have assembled is really an honor to serve with. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. You're doing great. Thank you very much. Chris, please.
Mr. President, you ran on unleashing American energy, and 100 days have shown the tremendous impacts that can arise from the unleashing you have enabled. I'll just hit a few highlights. Number one, oil, gasoline, and diesel prices are the lowest they've been in years. How does that happen in 100 days? That's a messaging. Your message that we're pro-energy. We're not against energy, we're for it. That sends a message to the marketplace that supply is easier to grow now and supply will be coming. And that's already led to tremendous savings for American consumers across the country. And we need not only more affordable energy, but we need a lot more energy. One highlight I think a couple of us have touched on is AI. This is a new emerging critical industry that's very energy intensive. It is not acceptable for the United States to not be the leader in AI. We must win the AI race and lead in that, and that's going to take a lot more energy. If you had not won election, we would not have won the AI race. Full stop. Energy would not have been there to enable us to win. Reshoring of manufacturing. These trillions of dollars you led off with, it's going to come back to our country to make chips, to make steel, to make automobiles, to make artificial intelligence, to make all of these industries we've outsourced. That's only going to be possible with way more American energy. But we have that energy. We have those resources. We have those businesses. We have those capitalists. We just need to stop standing in the way of them and follow the lead you've set, which is to enable them, not to subsidize them, not to help them, to enable them to invest American money and create American jobs here. Regarding our balance of trade, the second largest export of the United States is liquefied natural gas. Second fastest. In the next few years, it'll be our largest export in our country. But yet, 18 months ago, the Biden administration had said, we're going to stop issuing permits for new LNG export terminals. That's just nuts. That's a great competitive advantage we have, huge balance of trade driver, a huge industry just coiled and ready to go. I just came back from Poland last night. They are thrilled that America is back in business again and that the rest of Europe can get off of Russian energy and can enable their own economic growth with secure, reliable, affordable energy from the United States. Also witnessed the signing ceremony for a deal between two large American businesses to build a huge nuclear power plant in northeastern Poland, the first of this design built in Europe. It'll be the first of many. I spoke with many other nations over there They want to buy more American gas. They want to get American technology. They want to have a partnership with us. And they shared the message I delivered to Europe in my keynote remarks is that unleashing energy is the way you make your society safer, more prosperous, more free, and that these sort of over-the-top climate alarmism doesn't do anything to help the environment of our world, but it does impoverish people, it does reduce the security of your nation, and it makes you weaker. I think that's a constant message many of us around this table have brought to Europe. We want our friends in Europe standing up again and leaning in. A lot great is happening under your leadership. We're unleashing consumer products that Americans wanted to buy that Biden was making illegal. I'll be in Georgia on Friday at Renai's manufacturing plant. Tankless natural gas water heaters. Incredibly popular product. They almost became illegal. The return of common sense is incredibly welcome across this country, across the world. And back to Elon, that extra thing, we're going to deliver all of this with less people, less money, less burden on the U.S. taxpayers. Not smaller departments and smaller services, better, more thoughtful services done more efficiently and smarter. The way you'd have to run a business. We've got to get our fiscal house in order, and you and the people around this table are making it happen. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to be here.
Thank you very much. Please.
Yes, Mr. President, you are 100% correct. The border is 99.99% safe, under control. You have completely reversed the entire situation. In fact, the day before yesterday, I was down in El Paso, and those Border Patrol agents are so impacted by how you have changed things in a year. They have put up huge pictures that say, under the Biden administration, the mobs of people that were pushing through razor wire and trampling children, and the chaos and the violence that was happening at that same location, they have a picture there that says, this is what the Biden administration looks like, and this is what the Trump administration looks like. It's peaceful. People who do business between Mexico and America are coming through. They're doing it legally. They're following the law, and it's all because of what you've done and what you've empowered them to do. The recruitment for Border Patrol is through the roof. For ICE agents, they want to be a part of ICE because they recognize they actually get to do their jobs. I have the Coast Guard too. Coast Guard recruitment is up over 20% just in the last 60 days. Everybody wants to be a part of what the heritage is of this country. We've repositioned the entire Coast Guard fleet to focus on border and drug interdiction. As we've secured the border, the cartels have gone to the water and are going out in maritime waters to move their drugs into this country. The Coast Guard just in the last 2 months has taken into custody over 126 tons of cocaine, millions of doses of fentanyl. It's just amazing. And the aliens that they are deporting is incredible too. We've been working with all of them. The one thing that I want to point out is the fake news has been saying that Biden deported more people than you. And it's an absolute lie. And they're letting the Biden administration get away with manipulating and cooking the books. What they're counting for the Biden administration is every single person that came to that border that they processed and let into this country. They're allowing Biden to say that was a deportation just by processing somebody and letting them come into the country. It's absolutely false. It's not true at all. You have deported over 250 known terrorists. You've deported thousands of foreign terrorist organization members and gang members, hundreds of thousands of people that were in this country illegally. We've collected $30 billion worth of tariffs through CBP, and we've also collected millions and millions, hundreds of millions of fines and penalties from people that have overstayed here in this country. So I just want to thank you. You've been a game changer. I want to thank Pete for his leadership at DOD and what they've done. I want to thank Marco for his diplomacy and getting us travel documents into these countries. Mexico has finally come to the table and now is going to take a lot more people that we're able to send back to that country. And the president of Mexico told me, sir, she turned around over 500,000 people in Mexico before they ever reached our border. We should be counting those as deportations because they never even made it to the border because she turned them around because you forced her to. So those are all people that never even came here because they got the message because you were so aggressive. So thank you for what you're doing. And every day we get up and do jobs that matter. And we appreciate that. Oh, yeah. Tom's a great messenger for us. He just, yeah, he's hardcore. Yeah. Thank you.
He is hardcore.
Yeah, he does.
No question about it. Kelly?
Mr.
Mr. President, it's such an honor to serve in this administration. And on behalf of Main Street America, for our 34 million small businesses that make up 99% of all businesses in this great nation, I have to tell you, under your leadership, Main Street is open for business again. They're thriving and they're investing. And the data that we have at the Small Business Administration, the loans that we're putting out, a record 26,000 loans in your first 100 days means that 2,000 small businesses each week are receiving that funding, that investment in the future. Small businesses create 2 out of every 3 new jobs in this country, and we've already seen under your leadership the jobs economy is back. Manufacturing jobs are back. We've seen a 38% increase in manufacturing loans. We put out 1,500 manufacturing loans in your first 100 days. We saw startups increase by 54%, and we saw businesses under 5 people increase by 95%. So your leadership on the economy matters to every region of this great nation. I'll tell you, on the manufacturing front, I'm out on a national manufacturing tour. We've met with 250 manufacturers, and as I walk through the factory floors, they all ask me to thank you for fighting for their jobs, for these industries, and for the people who are creating things from pharmaceuticals to aerospace, to food, and all these essentials that this nation needs to be independent and strong. And to that end, I'm working with Congress. We'll be announcing tomorrow an upsizing of our manufacturing loans to make sure that that economic engine, because 98% of all manufacturers are small businesses. It's incredible to walk through these factories that are really creating what you had in your first administration, the blue collar boom. It's now a new collar boom, because it's the intersection of technology and manufacturing and what they can create for our war fighters, for our aerospace, for pharmaceuticals, with less than 300 to 500 employees, sometimes 100 employees. I was at a factory in Georgia on Monday that is creating machines to help with the Iron Dome in Israel. Less than 50 employees. This is the engine of our economy. It's the heartbeat of our communities. It's the small businesses that helped elect you because they needed your economic agenda. So thank you, Mr. President. It's such an honor, and congratulations on an epic 100 days. I do have to thank Elon. I do want to note, we just cut $3 billion in contracts because of Doge's work. That's $3 billion that hardworking families that won't have to work until April 15th to pay for the waste, fraud, and abuse that we continue to find in this government on behalf of taxpayers. So again, thank you, Elon, as well. Thank you.
Great job, Kelly. Thank you very much. Elon, I love the double hat. By
Yeah, thank you.
He's the only one that can do that. You don't get away with it.
Well, Mr. President, they say I wear a lot of hats. And as you can see, it's true. Even my hat has a hat. The American people voted for secure borders, safe cities, and sensible spending. And that's what they've gotten. A tremendous amount has been accomplished in the first 100 days. As everyone has said, it's more than has been accomplished in any administration before, ever, period. This portends very well for what will happen for the rest of the administration. I think this could be the greatest administration since the founding of the country.
We all want to thank you for your help. You really have sacrificed a lot. Been treated very unfairly.
Well, they do like to rent my cars, which is not great. Could be better.
But you have been treated unfairly. But the vast majority of people in this country really respect and appreciate you, and this whole room can say that very strongly. You've really been a tremendous help. You opened up a lot of eyes as to what can be done, and we just want to thank you very much. And you're invited to stay as long as you want. At some point, I guess he wants to get back home to his cars and his You've done an incredible job. $150 billion. Think of this.
Yeah. 160.
Yeah, 160. They said, oh, it could have been more. And a lot of stuff is being worked on. That number could be doubled and even tripled. A lot of things are being worked on that we don't count yet because it's not quite there. But you've done a fantastic job, and we appreciate it very much, Elon.
Thank you. It's also an honor to work with your incredible cabinet. I just like to say thank you, everyone, for it's great to work with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, congratulations on this truly historic first 100 days of your administration. Really only made possible by your focused leadership on delivering the mandate the American people gave you. You've empowered all of us to deliver that mandate. And I'm grateful to have the privilege of leading the intelligence community towards ending the weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community that's gone on for far too long. And building out what is truly a lean and agile and effective intelligence community that is helping you deliver that promise to the American people.
All right, I think we're done. I was staying till the end for Elon, but I think we're done. Yeah, that was the cabinet meeting by Trump. I don't think we got anything new from that. We got Elon kind of confirming that it's only going to be 150 billion in Doge. Even Trump said we could double the 150 billion. But that is down from $1 trillion. Is the mic okay? Is the mic okay? Let me see real quick. But nothing else that we got from. Mic okay? Yeah, the mic's all right. Mic's a little bit loud. Let me turn down the. Okay, let's bring that down a little bit. Also, my voice a little bit weird as well. All right, guys, I gotta end it here because I have another stream for earnings at 3:30. We're gonna listen to Karp at a different time. I'll put the link right here if anyone wants to listen to him. As you can see right here, I gotta go get some tea and some honey and something for my throat because it's getting bad. So I'll be back at 3:30 for Robinhood. For those that want to listen to Karp, I'm putting the link right here. I'm gonna react to it anyway together. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow at the end of the market open. There was a protester who was at the event, so he had to deal with that, and I think he handled it pretty gracefully. There is the link right there at around the 2-hour mark. That's when he goes through it. I don't want to show the clip of him with the protester. I think you should see it in the context. So, and it kind of takes 10 minutes. I was listening to a little bit of it just before. I think he handled it really well. The biggest thing he said was, if your argument is so good, don't you want to hear the other side speak? Because the lady kept yelling and he was like, all right, do you want to hear my answer? And she was like, sure. And then he started talking and then she would keep yelling. And he was like, wait, if your argument is so good, don't you want to hear the other side? And so I think he really handled it very well. But I would encourage everyone to watch it. And then if you want to wait till I watch it with everybody, then tomorrow after the market open, we'll watch it. We were going to watch it today. I didn't know this Trump thing would last this long, but it's almost 1 o'clock. I'm going to go live in another 2 hours for Robinhood, Meta, Microsoft. So it's going to be a long one today as well. All right. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. 3:30. We'll be back. It'll be a big, big day. We got Robinhood on deck. We got Meta and Microsoft. Obviously, Robinhood is a big one for me, big one for a lot of you guys. Microsoft and Meta, big for the entire market. So we are going to be looking at all of that as we get into the rest of earnings today. Word of the day is amaranthine.
Amaranthine.
Unfading or everlasting. Amaranthine. Decades later, the artist's work still held an amaranthine allure, almost like immortal. The castle's stained glass glowed with an amaranthine color, having lasted through centuries of sun and storm. You guys know what I'm going to say. That damn cabinet meeting that was amaranthine. It felt like it was everlasting of constant praise for Trump. But I will say, I am happy that they're doing these publicly because the Biden administration, I don't think there was a single cabinet meeting in 4 years that was done publicly. So I am happy that the administration is doing it publicly and being as transparent as they are. Obviously, because they're on camera, like there's a lot more of these moments where the cabinet officials give a lot of praise, like excessive praise to Trump for the cameras. But I'm at least happy that they're doing it live for everyone to see. Yeah, so 3:30 p.m. I'll be live with Roy and Tanner. 4 p.m. we get the earnings. Robin is probably like 4:05. 3:30 we'll start the coverage, and then Meta will be at 4:05. Same with Microsoft. And then after Meta, Microsoft, and Hood, we do have a bunch of other names. We also have Coca-Cola, Qualcomm, eBay, Enovix, Cheesecake Factory, Teladoc, and I think that's pretty much it. Crown Castle, a couple other names, but Meta, Microsoft, Hood, Qualcomm, Coke, eBay, and Cheesecake, I guess, are kind of the main ones that we are looking at here today. All right, here we go. Hoodie, that's going to be a big one. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'll be back. I'm going to get some tea, try to clear up my throat, and we'll be back at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. All right. Bye, everybody. Have a good one. See you guys in a couple hours.